very well. May I join you?
You may. Absolutely. You got plenty of room. I'm Renee.
My name's Howard. Nice to meet you, Renee.
I know.
Very well, thank you. How are you? Portland, Oregon. So I was doing nonprofit work for an organization called Ecosystem. So I kind of focused on forests, fisheries, energy, those kind of issues. And then because I was doing that work, that led to an invitation to teach in this new program. But it's designed like it's like this kind of design, designed for process facilitation, designed for thinking about social There's so much to learn. I don't think of myself as really, I feel like I'm always, you know? I see someone who's able to walk through and just ask the right question that makes everything happen. Wow, how did that person do that? Yeah, I got to write that question down. That's a good one.
Yes, Howard's fantastic. Very important to us. Forgive me for running. I'll be back. I try to do that with my students as well. First in the classroom, first we workshop it, so we do it, and then we talk. Okay, what did we just? What did we do?
Vale.
We ultimately are working better by knowing how to do that. We work better. I go back to the same point. So what I did was they were talking about, and I said, what are y'all going to do this in this course? I'll come down here with nobody. You're not going to trust me. So we decided to go to this. Trying to make decisions, and we can't remember what happened last time. Nobody's got this. Wouldn't it be great if you do that better? Yes. So I invite you. They come to this room. We've done it in the deep end. They ain't never been good. But we get prepared for it. They use maps. Now, I have done before. And kind of mathematics. She and I got the room, and we meshed these and we talked about the design of the model. When we got to math, I was just like, here's it all, but that told me how much I know math behind it, it was like, I love math, I'm not going back. So I know what part I can do. But it was interesting because we were able to get people to drop in and do that. And I think we'll bring that on the you know, so, but it was the first time to worry about my our work here. And our decisions effective. They bought this. Not the money. I bought the money, but they had
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 6th anniversary of the American Society for Cybernetics. So I would like to call Paul Pangaro and Claudia Westerman to give a warm welcome to everyone and go to the opening.
Thank you, Adler. You're kind not to introduce yourself, but this is Adler, who's an extraordinary character here at the American Society, who's done more work than any of us know over the last 3 or 4 years. Thank you, Adler, for all you've done. I'm Paul Pangaro. I'm president currently of the American Society for Cybernetics.
I'm Claudia Westermann. I'm the vice president of the American Society for Cybernetics, and we have some feedback here.
Yes, feedback is good. We like feedback. Although some is better than others. Does anyone know where the volume control might be?
Yeah, so it's sitting back there.
Testing. Yeah, let me pull that volume. Actual feedback. You'll notice that the entire day and the entire conference is grounded in improvisation. We know as cyberneticians that we cannot know everything, and everything we do know, we think we know. See what I did there? And the unpredictability and the unknowability of the world is something that we had better embrace rather than try to avoid. This will be a theme that we will return to. Are we better with the feedback? Maybe I should just drift away. Dr. Weyer says, technology is always disappointing. This is just an informal opening session. Chloe and I want to give you a little sense of how we got here and a sense of feedback too. We may point out a couple of sessions that we think we'd like you to be aware of and some logistics and things like that. Where should we start? With somebody's phone call.
Yeah, we're happy. I'm happy. We finally are at this point where we actually open the conference. There's still some holes to fill, and I hope it will not be too much of an improvisation. But yeah, I'm really glad to see everyone here. I guess also we haven't actually seen ASC members for quite some time yet, so it's really good to have that conference now on site and with everyone. And I'm really excited about all the sessions. There's so many great proposals that came in, and I think it's going to be difficult to decide in which stream to attend. Which maybe you want to say something else, and then I go to the logistics at the end.
That would be great. Thank you. First of all, I want to acknowledge all of the work that has gone into this. Those of you who have done conferences have a sense of it. It's an enormous amount of work and a tremendous amount of uncertainty along the way, especially when you're in a different country, in a different time zone. I want to begin by first acknowledging how much work Claudia has done. From concept to articulation of the concept, to the website, to the scheduling, to everything that you might feel goes in there. You may wish to acknowledge others who have helped you on the committee, but we mustn't lose track of the fact that it was hugely you who have gotten us here. Thank you.
I couldn't have done it without assistance, obviously. There have been people on the organizing committee, Paul especially also, he has responded to at least half of the emails. So, yeah, I mean, you know, Paul, Kate, Howard has organized the coffee, Jude has organized the dinner, Peter is doing all the streaming, and we had a lot of discussions about the technology. Adler has done a lot. We have people at the front desk. Matthäus has done graphics, and so yeah. Laura, obviously, she has processed all these bills and so on. So yeah, thanks to all of those, and I probably forgot some who have been important. But yeah, obviously one cannot do this alone, and I'm really happy it has been such a teamwork, actually.
Great, thank you. Just quickly, Peter Tutnam is responsible for streaming. Mark says that the sound is low for him on the stream. Okay. If someone has Mark Sullivan's contact information, perhaps you can put Peter and Mark in touch, since Mark is our feedback person at the moment. Just very quickly, I think we know why we're here in some sense, in part because, as Claudia said, it's the first time in 5 years that we've been together. We're an organization, as such, we wish to assert ourselves as viable and thriving and resilient. The pandemics put our meetings in peril, and perhaps, much more importantly, has put the world in peril. So we have a concern for our futures. I have a concern for the role of our ideas and models and practices for that future, that I'm not alone, I know that. And for me, grounded in conversation is the only way to come out of it, because we must agree to know how to act together, and to act together we must have common interests, values, priorities, and this is the challenge in the world that we live today. I'll turn it over to Claudia in a moment, and for some logistics, and then I'd like to do one or two more. I want to tell you that I slept only a few hours the last few nights. And the reason is that in my room at this otherwise perfectly wonderful hotel, there's an object on the wall which looks like a thermostat. But which is almost entirely non-functional. It's cybernetic theater. It shows you the number of the temperature you desire, in Fahrenheit, of course. And that number changes when you push the buttons for up or down. However, it is an on-off switch. It only is blasting cold or letting the sweaty hot come to you. So with that sleep deprivation, and with that metaphor of how the world is not working today, there is so much cybernetic theater where we pretend we are regulating, and we pretend that we are having conversations, and we pretend that we are in control. We are here, I hope, to change that.
But we aren't dead yet.
Correct.
You seem to have a lot of notes there.
I'll come back. Actually, this is for my entire time here, so don't get scared. You're not getting all of these right now, unless you'd like.
So you want me to do the
To do some logistics, and then I would like to add a tiny bit.
So you all know that we have a couple of locations. So the two main locations are the Friends Meeting, where we are now, and the DC Arts Center, which is about 15 minutes walk from here. And then we have some outside locations for some sessions. Tomorrow morning, for example, we're going to do one session in the park and then one in the zoo. So the idea of this was to kind of situate the conference in the city a little bit, and that's one of the ideas. The other idea was to make it relatively cheap, and obviously one of these like big conference locations would have been a lot more expensive. So we hope it's going to be an experience that is the idea of having these walks between these two locations. We understand not everyone likes that necessarily, so I don't know, bear with us. And if there are any issues with getting from one place to another, or you find it really troublesome or so on, come and speak to us, and then we see what we do about that. So that's one thing. And then the DC Arts Center, I think, is really nicely located. We have the gallery there and the Black Box Theater. The Black Box Theater has only 41 seats. So this is also why we have this online registration system, and I don't know whether everyone has seen that. If you are registered as a conference delegate or as a presenter, then your rights, your permissions are set in such a way that you can register for individual conferences. So this is my login here, so I have registered for these sessions. So I'm registered here. And so this is obviously not very important because we all fit into this room, but we don't all fit into the theater. So especially for these sessions in the evening, where there's nothing in parallel, you might really want to register because we are going to give priority to those who are registered. So that's important, I guess. And so if you have any troubles doing these registrations, I think I have a little, a video up there, and I'm not a PC person, so I'm struggling here with this anyway. So there's a video at the top of the programs page. There's a video, and so it should explain how to reload the browser if you register for a session, reload the browser, and then you should also get access to these online links in case you want to join a session online. Some of these will be hybrid. Yeah. I think that's...
Any quick questions about any of that before we keep going?
Yeah, I didn't know if you sent an email. Do you want our talks given to you in a PowerPoint, or do we just use our computers?
So here it seems the easiest would be to have the talk on a stick and we just put it there because it's set up in such a way and it looks a little bit troublesome. Probably, I mean, technically it's just an HDMI. So if you have anything complicated like videos to show and you don't want to, you don't trust changing the system, just talk to your chair. I haven't set them all up yet, but for today and tomorrow we should be good. So talk to your chair and then we'll figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah?
How do we find who our chair is?
You have an email about the chair. If you haven't had it yet, it's because you are not today. The session is not today.
You will find out.
Yeah. I think yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So just very quickly, one of the sessions that threads through the whole conference, and I will be very brief about this, is called, somewhat controversial, Cybernetics is Dead, Long Live Cybernetics. And each day we will have a short session in which people are invited to come and reflect on what has happened during that day. What is the evidence that you heard that day that we as a society or as a discipline have value? What is the alive part? What is the long live cybernetics part? What are the concepts and conversations that you had that are worth collecting? Yes, there's a Miro board if you wish to use it. We can give you that. I have to put it into the program so everyone can get at it. I just remembered. What is the value that we have? And yet also, let's be frank, where is it lacking? Where are we as an organization or as a discipline lacking? So let's try to capture all of that. Again, each day is just a little convivial moment. And then there's a longer session on Tuesday evening in which we will do the clustering of ideas thing and project from the 1940s through the first decades of the society to the last, up to now, and then to how do we steer the next 60 to 80 years. So I wanted to put a plug in for that. Even if you don't come to the sessions, you can get access to the Miro board through the program points, but it would be wonderful to have the collective views of everyone about the strengths and weaknesses and what we want to do in our futures. So a little plug.
I think we're already at the end of our 20 minutes.
We are.
Maybe one thing still to say. So dinner will be tonight here. From 4 p.m. onwards, you also have the terrace, so we can, do the dinner also partially outside. There will be a caterer coming at around 4:30. I think they will set up somewhere, so don't be disturbed. And we hand over to the next session now. I
And
guess.
it's a barbecue.
Woo!
Welcome to America.
Thanks to Jude for organizing the dinner. I think we hand over to the next session now. No, we don't. Okay. I think we had a couple of late registrations at the desk. And just to say that for the dinner you would need to register separately. Yeah? Is that what you wanted me to say? Okay.
And one more question. How does my wife sign in order to register? Is it separate? We're both signed in, but she can get a password.
You come to me and I recreate an account
Okay.
and then it's...
Okay, good.
Okay? Great.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll start the next session immediately.
Maybe in case you want some water, there's some in the kitchen. We haven't, there are also some cups and we bring some more.
Wonderful.
But if someone wants water, there's some in the kitchen.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. In a way.
So the next session is archiving the systems, culture archive. And we call Bruce Clark, Bethany Anderson, Paul Schroeder, Peter Taddenheim.
I don't think so. It should be. No, actually, I think. You've been involved in the process. Yeah. Okay. Really? Well, we definitely. Outside the scene. Yeah. You leaving? Nope. I'll be around. Have to go.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here with some old friends and new. I'm sure this is going to be a wonderful conference. My name is Paul Schrader. I'm here from Orono. Maine. And I'm going to introduce the first of the archiving sessions. Now, our presentations, excuse me, I think I have to make sure that I'm speaking into the mic. Our presentations, our session is Bruno Clark first, then Bethany Anderson and myself, and then Peter Tuddenham following up. Now, these three portions of the first session were proposed independently by us. Bethany and I put in a proposal, Peter put in a proposal, Bruno put in a proposal, and the conference organizers, who I really appreciate all the work that has been done to bring this together. Thank you. The conference organizers suggested that we might coordinate these three proposals into one session. And so that's what we're going to do. Bruno is going to present first, after a short introduction from me. Then Bethany is going to present the bulk of our section, and Peter will follow up. I'm not going to try to summarize or give a preview of any of these presentations. They're complementary to each other, and I think that I'll speak well for the intentions of the presenters. We have agreed, the four of us, that before each presentation, we'll give a little bit of personal history as to how we got involved in archives and archiving, and where that commitment in our life has come from. So there will be personal statements, and I'm going to make a personal statement at the beginning of the second session with Bethany. What is archiving? It's a little bit mysterious, and maybe we'll plumb the mysteries of archiving today. First of all, the way that the phrase is put together, the reflexivity in it, is very evocative of the approach of the second-order cyberneticians. So here we are with archiving. More importantly, I think that archiving takes us out of the standard notion of a place and a fixed collection, fixed places and fixed collections, and brings us into a kind of dynamic view of what archiving is and what it might be. So we had some guidance from the conference program organizers as to the intent behind archiving, and we'll do our best with that. Briefly, myself, and I'll give more details later, I was involved in the mid-90s, 1990s, previous century, with discussions within the ASC about what to do with the organization's archives and what to do with people's materials that are part of the organization. Decision was made at that time to have the University of Illinois, and the Illinois agreed to do this, host the archives, the official archives of the organization of the ASC. And that went on for a while until it was decided to make a move. And the official archives of the ASC, and now we're talking about organizational archives. These aren't individual collections of papers. These aren't collections of the people who are prominent in the history of the society, but the records of the society itself, publications, minutes of board meetings, any kind of official organizational archives are now being held by and stewarded by the Department of Contemporary History at the University of Vienna. So that's where the official organizational archives of the ASC are residing now. The goal of our session, and I'm speaking for myself, we haven't really collectively decided on a goal of our session, but I'll say that the goal of our session is to be evocative of what the possibilities are in the world of archives and archiving. And those possibilities are for us as individuals. You know, what do we have, materials we have that might be unique to ourselves? How are we preserving them? How are we organizing them? How are we saving them? And where are they going to go? I think all of us have some sort of research or personal history in this field. You know, we have materials that will be of value to other people. What are the horizons of what our personal archives and what our pieces of this organization are? Also, I think we'd like to evoke some questions. What kinds of questions do you have that pertain to cybernetics, the history of cybernetics, the presence of cybernetics, people involved, or things that just might not be known that you can find in archives? And archives are going to be described in several different ways in our session and others. So overall, I would say the goal of our session is to evoke a kind of spirit of collaboration in the development and the maintenance and the future of archives. Now, archives are, it's, I guess, appropriate. This is an anniversary issue of the Society. Anniversaries look backwards, but history begins and ends today, and the future begins and ends today. So we're all here today, and this is our opportunity to be working together in the future in supporting the archival presence, not just for the Society, but for other societies that are involved in similar pursuits. After the presentations, 3 presentations, but before our conversation, I hope we do have time. I mean, we're planning to stake out time after the 3 for conversation. We have an installation project that we've devised that's going to start tomorrow in the DC Arts Center. And that installation, I'm not going to describe it now. At the end of the presentations, we'll describe what we're intending to do. And that's our gesture toward carrying this conversation forward from today onward. So you'll be hearing about that in a few minutes. For now, I'd like to introduce or call to the podium Bruno Clark, who will talk about what he's planning to talk about. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul, for that lovely introduction. So I hope people can, some of the print is going to be kind of fine, but just let me know if something is crucial that you can't quite make out. So I'm just going to dive right in, and if anything's not clear, then we'll try to clear it up in our conversation. I've rolled my personal statement about how did I get into this sort of thing into the talk itself. So I'll just kick it off, and but also let me not forget to say thank you to the organizers and the association. I'm happy to be back here. I was at the 50th anniversary meeting 10 years ago, and I'm glad we're back here today. So archiving the Systems Countercultures Archive in search of organic cybernetics. So in the mid to late 1970s, my graduate curriculum in English and comparative literature at SUNY Buffalo was dominated by interdisciplinary, philosophical, and theoretical approaches to literary study. Buffalo's high theory vibe did prime my eventual dive into the greater world of cybernetics, no doubt, but as far as archival scholarship goes, not so much. Nonetheless, some years later, halfway along the tenure track at Texas Tech University, I stumbled into the archive on my own. Researching the early writings of D.H. Lawrence and William Carlos Williams, I discerned an overlooked overlap on the somewhat forgotten figure of Dora Marsden. Ever hear of her? You haven't? No. Well, it turned out that Marsden was a militant British suffragette who, during a hunger strike while incarcerated for trespassing, was gripped by a philosophical vision that induced her transformation from a suffragist feminist politico into a polemicist and little magazine editor who cultivated a libertarian discourse of radical individualism in a series of journals published in London running from 1911 to 1919. These outlets evolved from the Free Woman, a weekly humanist review, to the New Free Woman, an individualist review too, and this is the famous one, the Egoist, an individualist review. Now, Marsden saw artists as model egoists, imagine that, and invited their contribution. So with editorial assistance from a very young Rebecca West and the bumptious expatriate American poet Ezra Pound, both in these pages on occasion alongside James Joyce and T.S. Eliot. And then it came to light that Marsden's editorial correspondence with such literary notables was still held by her family in Prescott in Wales. So I procured myself a summer stipend for a 6-week trip to the UK, spending several of those weeks in the company of Marsden's charming middle-aged niece, reading through her auntie's papers. This was 1985, before portable computers, let alone cell phone cameras. I didn't think to carry a typewriter with me. There was a photocopier somewhere in that small town, but it was too cumbersome to use except for exceptional items such as this holograph note from Pound to Marsden. For the most part, then, I sat in that second floor study for days on end like some medieval scribe, hand copying those papers into notebooks. And such were the humble beginnings of my 1996 book, Dora Marsden and Early Modernism. Well, it seems that my prior immersion in the little magazine culture of early Anglo-American modernism prepped me for a later immersion in the deep editorial backstories of the Whole Earth Catalog and Coevolution Quarterly. Akin to Marsden's operations, sort of, these publications are also of the driving vision of a singular individual, that's Stuart Brand, with capable colleagues. And at least where the history of cybernetics is concerned, these are the premier publications of the American counterculture. Early on in this Systems Countercultures project, almost 20 years ago, I received the private donation of a nearly full set of Coevolution Quarterlies and Whole Earth Reviews, the nucleus of my own Whole Earth archive. Then I trolled the internet and purchased various iterations of the Whole Earth Catalog proper. But nowadays, thanks to the recent debut of the online Whole Earth Index, which is really a fabulous thing, one has almost the entire run of these publications at one's digital fingertips. So this part of the archive is now way out in the public domain. So today, what I'm going to do is weave that public record around these first two of the Whole Earth publications. Weave that public record around the personal repository I have built up on what I have called the Systems Countercultures Network. So these documents in the aggregate shine much light on the intellectual relationships and conceptual resonances that inhabit the history of cybernetics writ large, especially, as I will argue, and this is the sort of the argumentative thesis I will push in this talk today, with regard to the dedication of the Systems Countercultures Network in particular to doing cybernetics in a biological, organismal key. Okay. All right, so here we go. So here's an expanded view of the Systems Countercultures Network. I hope that's readable. Anyways, I've got a handout that you can get. So here's the network in diagrammatic form, now adding in a few more key names and multiple indications of key texts. Each line here traces the thread of a story about a personal and/or intellectual relationship. For instance, picking up the larger story with the Macy conferences on cybernetics, neurophysiologist Warren McCulloch was at their intellectual center, as seen here at the center of the lead table. As this audience today knows well, these 10 meetings running from 1946 to 1953 laid down complex foundations for numerous strands of cybernetic development. Gregory Bateson and Margaret Mead were present in a number of these meetings, as was Heinz von Förster once he arrived in the States in 1949. McCulloch was equally instrumental in bringing von Förster to the University of Illinois, where he would set up the Biological Computer Lab in 1958, creating that major hub of cybernetic research activities over the next 2 decades. Okay, so all that's pretty standard, deep history of our topic. Next in line within my diagram is Stuart Brand, who's a second-generation beneficiary of the cybernetic tide for which McCulloch and von Förster were key fountainheads. From the inception of the Whole Earth publications, and Understanding Whole Systems section has appeared in most iterations, foregrounding salient lines of cybernetic thinking with reviews of pertinent texts, such as these notices of Norbert Wiener and W. Ross Ashby in the inaugural number of the catalog. And Brand cites the idiosyncratic systems thinker Buckminster Fuller as the leading inspiration for the global outlook of the whole earth sensibility. And Fuller's parallel conception of spaceship Earth, parallel to whole earth, was launched in the communication and control spirit of the first Cybernetics. General system theory, cybernetics, and communications are prominent in the Whole Earth Catalog excerpt here from Fuller's curriculum for design science in his 1969 volume, Utopia or Oblivion. However, by 1974, as announced in the Whole Earth Epilogue and continuing throughout the 10-year run of Coevolution Quarterly, Gregory Bateson came forth as the leading luminary of the Whole Earth Network. Yep. Yeah. So by this time, Bateson himself had channeled the later harvest of his multifarious professional wanderings as a zoologist, a natural historian, as a cultural anthropologist, Macy Conference participant, social cyberneticist, psychotherapist, resident ethnologist at the Palo Alto VA Hospital, and director of dolphin research labs at both John Lilly's Communication Research Institute on St. Thomas and the Oceanic Institute on Oahu, Hawaii. He had channeled the later harvest of these wanderings into the tableau of environmental and systemic intuitions gathered in Steps to an Ecology of Mind in 1972. And in his headnote to the Whole Earth Epilogue here, Stuart Brand explained that with the release of Steps through Bateson, I became convinced that much more of whole systems could be understood than I thought, and that much more existed wholesomely beyond understanding than I thought. That mysticism, mood, ignorance, and paradox could be rigorous, for instance, and that the most potent tool for grasping these essences, these influence nets, is cybernetics. So for Brand, here was whole systems discourse taken to a new level of coherence, breadth of application, and topical relevance, especially for the psychedelic intelligentsia of his community. And as a warm-up exercise during the 3-year hiatus between the end of the first run of the Whole Earth Catalog in 1971 and the debut of Coevolution and Quarterly in 1974, Brand publishes Two Cybernetic Frontiers, a monograph compiling 2 sizable magazine articles. One is on machine cybernetics, specifically the primeval video game Space Wars, then being played by the computer bums at Stanford late at night on idle mainframes. But the lead article, Both Sides of the Necessary Paradox, marks Brand's extensive initial report on Gregory Bateson's arrival within the system's countercultures. And in a coda to that Bateson chapter, in line with an announcement of the imminent launch of Coevolution Quarterly, in a kind of throwaway remark or significant hesitation, Brand hits upon an apt formula, and that's this quote here. He writes, as a Bateson enthusiast and a publisher, I'll be printing, I'll be printing sundry papers, speculation, gossip, tidbits, letters, etc. on cybernetics. Well, organic cybernetics in the periodic supplement to the revived Whole Earth Catalog. So it seems to me that this corrected phrasing adds the vital difference that distinguishes the conceptual core of what I'm calling the system's countercultures, their various modes of adherence to the spirit of an organic cybernetics. I read this parenthetical moment in this occasional text here, a moment presided over by the profound and good nature of Bateson's mature discourse as an inadvertent declaration and admission of the priority of living systems proper to Brand's Whole Earth Project. And that was so that the rightness of organic cybernetics in this moment was so, even under the looming shadow of a nascent cyber culture already depriving the computer bums of regular sleep schedules. Now, since in recent years I have published 2 books on Margulis Lovelock and the first and second order cybernetics of Gaia, making extensive use of these archival materials, I'm not going to go back over that ground in this talk, except to mention that part 2 of Gaian Systems is also titled The Systems Counterculture. My work on Gaia has long been informed by the profound relations connecting Margulis and Lovelock to the Whole Earth Network and the Lindisfarne Association. And 2, when read down the center, down this line, down the center line, as a narrative sequence, our diagram's climax arrives with the Lindisfarne Association and William Irwin Thompson's role in its early cultivation toward neo-cybernetic and Gaian bearings. So, Lindisfarne, in case you need a refresher here, was a private salon that began as an intentional community and then through direct connections with Brand's Whole Earth Network tapped into the systems counterculture's embrace of Bateson's late work, tapped into the biological cybernetics of Maturin and Varela, and the planetary cybernetics of Margulis and Lovelock's Gaia hypothesis. So here, in this highly obscure but beautiful volume, for the record, in one splendid compendium, Gaia, A Way of Knowing, Political Implications of the New Biology, is a certain crest of the organic cybernetics celebrated by Coevolution Quarterly. And Thompson's New Biology is, in a way, the sequel to those organic cybernetics, now following out the autopoietic and cognitive lines between life and mind. But let's turn back to Heinz von Förster in the Biological Computer Lab to unravel a particular episode of support on Heinz's part for Maturana's most gifted student, Francisco Varela. Among the many generous actions von Förster took to help launch his expatriate scientific career after Varela's forced departure from Pinochet's Chile was introducing him to Brand's Whole Earth Network. The von Förster papers document this connection with a copy of a letter from Varela to Brand, responding to Brand's invitation to comment on Sagan's conjecture for potential publication in the Coevolution Quarterly. Let's dig in here for a moment. Sagan's conjecture first appeared in the same summer 1975 number with Margulis and Lovelock's The Atmosphere as Circulatory System of the Biosphere, the Gaia Hypothesis, as the featured article. We see one of Brand's standard editorial gambits at work, inviting multiple responses to a provocative question or issue, the better to generate curated copy for the magazine. He explains at the outset up here, one intended function of the CQ is to be a conversation pit for cooked and half-cooked cybernetic ideas. And then we get Sagan's conjecture. If the energy per pulse flowing through and interacting with a system is greater than the binding energy of the least strongly bound component of the system, then there will be a net loss of order in the system. Conversely, if the pulse energy is less than that of the weakest bond, there will be a net gain of order in the system. Well, Brand's discussion, continuing on, of this material energetic conjecture makes it clear that Sagan Carl Sagan means for it to account for the negentropic dynamics of biological systems based strictly on physical thermodynamical principles operating in a throughput linear fashion. So if this is cybernetics, it's certainly half-baked. His eponymous conjecture confirms that as a cosmologist, Carl Sagan, for all his exobiological flair, was still essentially a mainstream scientific thinker. That is, despite his commendable taste for marijuana, he was not a hardcore systems counterculture guy. What then did members of our chosen circle have to say about Sagan's conjecture? Well, Brand reports that, quote, Gregory Bateson was unthrilled by Sagan's conjecture. He distrusted its ambition to span too many levels of organization. Suppose you have a family or something. This is quoting Bateson. Suppose you have a family or something, a group of people who trust each other. Then you introduce the assertion that one of them is a spy. Does Sagan explain the net loss of order in the group? So I'm struck by the elegant way that Bateson's reported remarks parry Sagan's thrust. He simply restates Sagan's idiom of systemic bonds as referring not to physicochemical affinities, but to social ties. The implication is that the degree of social order in a family system, or say in an animal community, may be measured by the level of mutual trust in behavioral evidence there. So Bateson's family therapy application, let us say, deflates Sagan's conjecture's bid for universal application. Well, be that as it may, Brand persisted a bit longer in his interrogations on the matter of Sagan's conjecture. Presumably due to von Furster's boosting of his young protege, Brand appears to have offered Varela a shot at the Sagan question. And Varela's reply, dated September 11, 1975, would indicate that a relation of some familiarity already exists between them. So he's writing here, if you can read it, Dear Stuart, I would like to accept your invitation to comment. And Varela then states his thesis clearly, and what he writes here is, what I see as fundamentally wrong here is that both the notion of order and the notion of energy are strictly observer-bound, and here they are treated as entities in themselves, irrespective of the observer's framework. This is very misleading. Let me expand on this. And then Varela goes on to type out 2 packed single-space pages, omitted here, of classic second-order cybernetic rebuttal of the conjecture. 2 months later, by which time apparently Brand had demurred on its publication, Varela sends a copy of this letter to Heinz, who exercises superb professorial discretion in his own reply, and that's here in Heinz's letter where he writes, thanks also for letting me see your letter to Stuart Brand. We at the BCL humbly submit to you that you withdraw this letter. We suggest that you read it again with some distance from the time of writing, and by doing so, we know that you will know why we make this recommendation. So Heinz delicately intimates that the treatise Francisco contributed to that Coevolution Quarterly conversation was altogether too prolix and pedantic for the occasion. However, let's also note, in a short postscript to his over-lengthy letter to Brand, and that's here, P.S., P.S., Varela also mentioned, I'm also enclosing a copy of some ideas on the living organization, which I thought you might enjoy. And this seems likely to have been his recently released lean and lead-authored paper, Autopoiesis, the Organization of Living Systems, directly vetted by von Furster and published in Biosystems the year before. If so, Brand would have in hand all he needed to know about the brilliance and proper métier of his new correspondent. But whatever the case, the summer 1976 number of Coevolution Quarterly features a lengthy and quite superb interview with Varela on observing natural systems. Brand's headnote introducing this virtually unknown thinker to the larger Coevolution Quarterly audience places Varela squarely within the systems counterculture's inner circle. This is Brand. Francisco Varela is a mathematician and neurologist whose special interest is the logic of self-reference. This sounds abstruse, but I share the opinion of Ludwig Wittgenstein, Gregory Bateson, G. Spencer Brown, Heinz von Förster, and others, that failure to understand self-reference is the poison in the brain of most Western misbehavior. Public and personal, unquote. For good measure, Brand also exercises his editorial prerogative in lifting von Förster's Ouroboros, the emblem of self-referential recursion, from the 1974 BCL volume Cybernetics of Cybernetics, a massive student production financed with $10,000 from Brand's Point Foundation, and he appends it to the Varela interview. I take it as a marker of conceptual continuity. Now, taking this spin with the systems counterculture's network has clarified, I hope, the propriety of naming this band of systems thinkers as countercultural. It is not just that they all consorted with Stuart Brand and the Whole Earth Network. What's most important is what their conceptual orientations have in common. They all lay consistent, often insistent, cybernetic emphasis on living systems. As a gathering, they bring a coherent set of physiological, biological, and ecological approaches to issues of cognitive and communicational operation. Throughout the systems counterculture's literature, these themes run alongside, but in strong contrast to other points of view extended from idealizations or realizations of physical and mechanical systems. And we can bring the logic of this crucial contrast into focus with a brief glance now, as we're moving to a conclusion, a brief glance at Heinz von Förster's Coevolution Quarterly Review of Brand's Two Cybernetic Frontiers. Now, to garner a sympathetic review of his own book within his own magazine, Brand reached out to the affable and very quotable Heinz, who wrote, over here, "To know more about cybernetics from a man who helped in giving birth to this baby a quarter century ago was one of Brand's motivations to see Bateson in the first place. He recalled Bateson's statement in Steps to an Ecology of Mind. Quote, I think that cybernetics is the biggest bite out of the fruit of the tree of knowledge that mankind has taken in the last 2,000 years. But most of such bites out of the apple have proved to be rather indigestible, usually for cybernetic reasons." Immediately after citing Brand, citing Bateson's bracing biblical image for cybernetics from Steps to an Ecology of Mind, von Förster singles out a passage from Brand's chapter on Bateson in Two Cybernetic Frontiers that offers to explain to some extent why the fruit of cybernetics is so often hard to digest. Here Bateson disparages the ingrained linear logic of the mainstream engineering mentality that loosely parrots cybernetic idioms while watering down their more profound revelations, especially regarding autonomy or self-referential operation, or what precisely Bateson may have had in mind by, quote, the philosophy of the feedback, So Bateson, in that interview with Brand, had this to say: "The whole thinking that goes with the words input and output is monstrously bad. It draws a line across the systemic structure. This actually throws away the whole cybernetic background for cybernetics, you know. The input-output literature is very large, it's highly skilled engineering and all the rest of it, but it ignores the philosophy of the feedback." Well, compare Francisco Varela in his 1976 Coevolution Quarterly interview. Here, Varela picks up the issue Bateson articulates in his critique of faux cybernetic linearity. Varela advances the philosophy of the feedback through an explicit discourse of self-referential closure, broadly applicable across a range of natural and artificial systems, but fundamentally discerned in the organization and operation of biological systems. And this is Varela now. "As a matter of fact, a system is stable because of its closure of organization. That's the source of its stability. Now, this was already identified by Wiener in his central concept of feedback. The notion of feedback is a self-referential one, but it was seized by the engineers who made it appear hierarchical. They apply a reference signal, identify input and output, and the output affects the input with a little delay, so the self-reference becomes hidden underneath because of the trick of dealing with it in time." Now then, so to finish up. So following Bateson, Maturana, and von Förster, Varela completes a major arc in the countercultural development of systems theory as the most far-reaching discourses of cybernetics take upon themselves the second-order observation of recursive form, the paradoxically synchronic circularity that undermines the diachronic linear ideology of mainstream control theory. And one gets there, as Bateson himself suggests, self-referentially by considering, and now quote, going back to Bateson's quote, "the whole cybernetic background for cybernetics," unquote. And this would seem to be von Förster's cybernetics of cybernetics by another route. So in the systems countercultures, in some, factoring different points of observation into the total picture of possible descriptions is no facile metaphysical gesture. Rather, it calls out and insists on the embodiment of cognitive systems, their embeddedness in fundamentally organic affordances. It is these renovations of biological systems thinking, I submit, that have taken the biggest bite out of the fruit of the tree of knowledge at the heart of the cybernetic revelation. Thank you. Okay, Paul and Bethany.
Right, you take questions?
How do you want to? Well,
What about your slide right there?
Well, I'll make a comment on the slide.
All right.
If you would like to have a close-up view of the network diagram, check out the installation that will be in place by tomorrow at the DC Arts Center, and that diagram will be featured in that installation, among other topics. I think that we'll proceed with our two more presentations, and then take as much conversation after that as possible, and then going on through the conference. I'll briefly outline my personal, the origin of my personal connection to archiving. Part of it has to do with my character. I hate to lose things. And when I get something lost, I'm bothered forever until I can get it found again. And that's, I call that preserving value via preserving things. I love everything about the world, and I want it to stay. Now, we don't want it to stay the same, but we do want it to stay. I'm a collector approaching being a hoarder, and suddenly I was able to find myself within the archive world. My first experience in archives was at the University of Illinois as an undergraduate student. I wrote a history paper on the Hungarian Revolution of 1956, and all of my research took place in the university's archives, especially the bound newspapers collections. After that, I had the opportunity, because I was reading the works of Ananda Kumaraswamy, who also had Lindisfarne connections. Kumaraswamy papers, he was an art historian and curator. His papers got accepted or were deposited in Princeton, but were unprocessed. And because I wanted to see the papers, I went to Princeton, and they thought, well, you seem to want to look at these papers, but they're not in order to be looked at. How would you like to organize the papers? So I thought, great, here I am, and I spent 4 full, more than 8-hour days just doing preliminary organization, and I had the privilege of making a book out of that experience. This was before I went back to school and got my library degree. Certainly had a big part of that. And then in the mid-90s, having gotten my library degree and been part of the ASC, I started getting involved in establishing the ASC's official archives. Since then, the ASC has established the Archives Working Group, AWG. Peter Tuddenham is right now, I think, I'd say is being the leader of that. I encourage everyone who wants to be part of that or contribute. We're going to have a insert, well, I won't give any more clues, but you'll be able to find out more about that as part of our installation. Now I'm going to turn this over to Bethany Anderson, who will proceed with her own self-definition, explanation, and presentation.
Thank you very much, Paul. So I'm Bethany Anderson, and I am a science archivist at the University of Illinois. I've been a practicing archivist for a little over 10 years, and before I got into archives, I studied archaeology and anthropology. And I first got interested in archives when I had an entry-level position at the William L. Clements Library at the University of Michigan, where I worked with early Americana materials, primarily from the late 1800s through the early 1900s. And actually, I worked with a lot of papers of abolitionists, Quaker abolitionists who were involved in the anti-slavery movement, and was thinking, that actually Maisie Hoff, who is here as well, just pointed out to me that this is one of the older Friends meeting buildings, and so perhaps some of the folks whose papers I worked with may have met in this very same building, so that's a great coincidence. So turning now to our presentation on second order archival futures, cybernetic dialogues within and beyond the BCL archives. And I wanted to touch on something that Paul said at the beginning, which is that, archives, they're created from materials that document the past, but, what's happening today, is historical, will become part of history. So there's also a future component to this too, because archives are preserved and maintained for future generations so that, folks can look back on what happened and can study it and can interpret it as well. So today we're going to talk about archives and archival materials relating to the history of cybernetics at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. And I'm going to go over a few things about archives, what they are, as well as digital records and materials in cybernetics that are held at the University of Illinois. And then Paul's going to talk a bit about his own papers which are held there. And then we'll end by sharing some thoughts on challenges and opportunities for documenting cybernetics and thinking about what that might look like globally. But first of all, we wanted to talk a bit about what archives are, just to establish that as a baseline here. So archival materials and archives as places and institutions are different from libraries, although there is a relationship there and they are related. And some archives can be found within a library or be administratively part of a library system as well, so there is that to consider. But their missions are in many ways quite different, and the work of archivists and librarians is also quite distinct in many ways. So one thing to note is that archival materials are unique and one of a kind. So for example, when we're talking about analog materials, if you were to come across, for example, what Bruno was highlighting in his talk, a letter to or from Heinz von Forster from Francisco Varela, that might be the only letter that's in existence. However, Varela could have created a copy of a letter, that letter that he sent to von Forster, or sent it to somebody else. There might be a few other copies in existence, but generally speaking, archival materials are one of a kind and unique, and you won't be able to find them anywhere else in the world. Because of the unique nature of archival materials, so when you visit an archives, the materials that you find in that collection will be the only ones in existence that you come across. But of course, there are some exceptions to this. So, for example, when you come across newspapers or various types of publications for which there might be some more copies in existence. So, for example, the Biological Computer Laboratory, or the BCL publications, which we have at the University of Illinois Archives, there might be some more copies that you could find in other places, but in general, there may not be a ton of those. So when you visit, the Library of Congress or the Smithsonian Institution Archives here in DC, or the University of Illinois Archives, what you're encountering are unique and one-of-a-kind materials. Another way that archives are distinct is that they preserve and provide access to materials. And many, depending upon the extent of their resources and staffing, will have public programming and engagement initiatives that can help engage various communities in those materials and highlight different histories. So the word archives itself has an interesting history. It derives from Greek words that are associated with the notions of government and town hall or public building. So its root meaning is associated with the place of government. So thinking about the authority that had the ability to create and maintain records and kind of execute what was documented in those records, such as laws, various administrative matters and decisions, and while also documenting various transactions. So archives are typically described as, quote, records created or received by a person, family, or organization, and preserved because of their continuing value, and as the, quote, organically created records of continuing value, especially when the organization itself maintains the records. And I should note that archives in these definitions can refer to the actual materials themselves, but archives can also be places that house records. So you might hear the word used in a couple different ways, even beyond what I've described here too. So it's quite a flexible word, I should say. And these definitions are sort of the typical ways that archives are described, but it's important to know that archives can also manifest and be present in a variety of different places where they can be stewarded. So, for example, it's important to recognize that community archives exist, and where a community maintains its own records and preserves them for their own uses. Archives often have lots of different types of materials, and this is not a comprehensive list by any means of the types of things that you might find in an archives. But generally speaking, you'll encounter things like correspondence, both paper-based as well as email, because archives are very cognizant of the fact that email is the documentation of today that's capturing a lot of relationships and interesting things that are happening. So there's a lot of activity in the archival profession to think about how are we preserving email, in addition to other born digital materials. But you also might find things like administrative material, like meeting minutes and agendas, reports, photographs, scrapbooks, which in themselves can contain a variety of materials and ephemera, research notes and notebooks, publications and reprints, audiovisual recordings, journals, diaries, and newspapers, just to name a few. And one thing I want to note is that most times you'll find these materials sort of mixed together, especially in the context of someone's personal papers or research papers. So in the papers of Heinz von Forster, for example, if you were to look at any one folder of material, you would find correspondence mixed together with drafts of publications. There could be newspaper clippings and things like that. So that's another way that archives are unique, is that if you were to view any one collection, the way that collection is organized is very unique and reflects something about the way the creator either collected materials or created them. Unique to every single archival collection that you encounter. And along those lines, it's important to note that when archivists receive donated materials, we try to keep everything in the order that they came to us in, because that original order reflects something about the intellectual arrangement of the creator who kept those materials. But at the same time, those materials contain important context for each other. If you were to look through, again, a folder of von Forster's papers and see a letter and an accompanying a draft of a publication, those two items provide context for each other, so it's really important to keep them together so that that context is not lost. And I should note that these materials can come in different formats, but most of the records that I'm encountering today as an archivist are hybrid, meaning that they both have an analog and paper-based component as well as a digital component, because folks are still creating and using paper archives as far as I can tell, but also, we can't avoid not having a laptop or a computer in our lives. Well, some people do, but most don't and have those. So yeah, the material tends to be in both formats. And so we wanted to highlight briefly born digital and digitized records. So we're surrounded by digital content, which comes also in a variety of formats, such as Word documents, PDFs, social media content, email messages, and so forth. And this content can live in a variety of places, which is really important to think about. So you might have digital content on your laptops. You might have some content in some cloud storage like Google Drive or Dropbox. You also might have content on servers, or you might come across floppy disks that you had at some point where you had stored some files. And I still get a lot of acquisitions of various outdated media. And then you can also transform paper-based materials into digital content by digitizing it. But digitizing material is something that takes oftentimes a lot of resources and sometimes funding, especially to do it at scale and in a sustainable way. And similarly, preserving born digital content requires a lot of resources and technological infrastructure. So there's a lot of thought and a lot of resources that need to go into preserving digital content these days, at least right now, because it's still something that a lot of folks are grappling with how to do well. So we wanted to include an example of some digitized content from the University of Illinois archives, which are the digitized publications of the BCL, which you can access through the QR code on this slide. And I can come back to this slide later on too if you all don't get a chance to check those out. But that's one example of something that's been made accessible that you can check out online. So now turning to the archival materials at the University of Illinois, which we are grouping under the umbrella of the BCL. If anyone wants more historical context on the BCL, I'm sure Paul and I would be happy to provide more. I think many people here are familiar with it, but just in case, we're happy to elaborate. But it was in existence from 1958 through 1976, directed by Heinz von Forster. And in just shy of 20 years, von Forster, his colleagues and students who learned from him and worked with him, developed some really foundational ideas around second-order cybernetics, engaging cybernetics and expanding it really intellectually, socially, and globally in a lot of ways. And as a result, the BCL archives document a multiplicity of voices, ideas, and experiments that happened during this time. And in true second-order form, and thinking about the archiving track for this conference, I've been kind of thinking about what would it mean to be an archivist working with these materials, thinking of myself as an archivist observer, and how I might preserve a record of my own work. And that's something I'm still reflecting on. I don't have a conclusion at this point to share. But without a doubt, I think these materials have really impacted me and how I think about, especially relationships and networks that are documented in these materials. To Bruno's point in his presentation, thinking about that network and how all of these materials are in conversation with each other. And it's one of the challenges of doing archival research is like, how do you surface those connections? And there's different connections that are going to be more valuable or important to different folks, just depending upon your research interests. But that's something that's really ingrained in archival materials, is all these relationships that are around the ways in which they're created and kept. And so that, without a doubt, they're very much in conversation with each other. So we wanted to list some of the main archival collections that we have at Illinois that are associated with the BCL and Heinz von Forster in some way. And this is not a complete list. This is essentially what we have processed and is currently accessible. There's a few more collections that we have in process that we'd like to get made accessible soon. But this includes papers of other faculty and research associates of von Forster, such as Murray Babcock, who worked on the dynamic signal analyzer, which, as I understand it, was sort of like an artificial ear. And so we have documentation of the DSA, especially that was photographed. And so when we got Babcock's papers, it was really exciting to have that component to kind of shed light more on his research behind it. We also recently got the papers of Ricardo Villarribe, who worked on Project Cybersyn before coming to Illinois. And when he got to Illinois, he established the Advanced Digital Systems Lab. We also have the BCL publications, as I mentioned, and records that document the BCL's administration and its activities. And we have the records of various alumni, too. So Jeff Glassman, who is a founding member of the United Mine Workers and is a theater movement artist. We have some of Stuart Umpleby's papers and Paul Schrader's papers as well. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Paul to see if he'd like to share a bit about his own archival legacy and thoughts on that.
And this will be a short interlude. Bethany will be back up in a second. It's a really great surprise and a privilege to be represented in the archives. Who would think? But the University of Illinois Archive doesn't just have the BCL and Cybernetics archives. They have a lot of different facets. And one of the major programs at the University of Illinois is something called Student Life and Culture. And I think they established the first Student Life and Culture archive in the United States. So they are paying attention to students. I was a student there. I graduated in 1968. And during my years at the University of Illinois, I was a student activist. I was heavily involved in something at the time called the Educational Reform Movement. And that's through that is when I first met Heinz von Forster. I was part of the free speech movement, which you probably know. I was actively against the Vietnam War, and there was a draft resistor. Continuing through my years in Champaign-Urbana, I was involved in various counterculture at the time activities in the Champaign-Urbana community. And it was through those activities and relationships there that I met Maisie Huff, who's here with us today, who's been my lifelong partner. And thank you, Maisie. In my own papers, variety of things, mostly coming from my student years, but also going forward. I've attended ASC conferences. Actually, the first one I attended was 1970, right here in Washington, D.C., with Heinz present in the time. Stafford Beer presented his paper, The Liberty Machine, at that 1970 conference. I've collected my presentation notes and meeting notes from all the ASC conferences I've had, and they've been very generously accepted to the university. So appreciate it. Bethany's asked me to come and describe that a bit, and that's my contribution as of the moment to the University of Illinois Archives.
Thank you, Paul, for sharing that. So just one more slide here just to kind of sum up a few things, and I'll also offer a couple of just thoughts as well to maybe discuss further during the discussion component. So thinking broadly about cybernetics as a global phenomenon, it's no surprise that the archives of cybernetics are geographically dispersed due to a variety of reasons. And understanding the history of cybernetics and histories of collections can be helpful in understanding the nature of this geographic dispersion as well. But one thing that's really critical to have is an understanding, or at least a knowledge of where these collections are being held, so there can be some conversations around them. And I think Peter might be pulling together a list of those collections, and Paul also aggregated a list too, which will be made, I believe, available tomorrow. So the important thing is that these collections are somewhere that they're safe and accessible. That's the critical thing here. But given the conversations that are evident in one collection alone or in one repository alone, it's important for those who hold these materials to be in conversation with each other and think about how we can perhaps develop some sort of collaborative initiatives around these materials to help raise the visibility of cybernetics history as well as its archives. And as mentioned, there are relationships documented in these materials, and by surfacing those sort of networks, it's especially in a digital sense, that can help to begin collapse the distance that exists between these geographically dispersed materials. Another approach is to digitize these materials to make them more broadly accessible, but that requires funding and resources. It can be done, but requires securing some sort of funding and having an infrastructure in place to make them accessible and so forth. As does the daily work to simply maintain, preserve, and create access to collections. So we would very much like to hear from you and your ideas about how we can better elevate the archives of cybernetics and make them more accessible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this presentation, and I would like to, are you coming as well?
I am part of it.
Okay, because I would like to open, giving space for questions as well. Otherwise,
No, we haven't finished.
okay.
We've got 2 more things to do.
Okay, then
Your turn, Peter.
Peter.
Okay. Yes, we have 2 more things to do. I'm conscious. Actually, it's got a bit cooler in here. It's cooler up here than it is back there. That's it. So, hello. My name's Peter Sutherland, and I'm a trustee of the ASC currently. Why did that not do it before?
The other one on.
Yeah, just move the other or turn down. Turn one of them off. Yeah.
Okay. Oh! Whoa! So, let me just start again then.
Okay, you're still Peter.
I'm still Peter, that hasn't changed. Thank you very much for the audience there, Louis. Who am I? We were asked, Paul suggested we say something about who we are and our relationship to archives and cybernetics. So, briefly, if I might, my main archive is an article, paper that I was invited to write by Jocelyn Chapman, who many of you know, called For the Love of Cybernetics a couple of years ago. And I had a lot of fun with that because in the recursive nature of her emails to me, for the love of cybernetics, and then she said to cybernetic lovers, and so I started playing with cybernetics and lovers of cybernetics and lovers of lovers, and the meaning of the word lover in America and in England, which is where I'm from, is slightly different. So if you say you have a... Anyway, I won't go too far down that track. But my introduction to archives was probably in London to many of those wonderful archives there when I was growing up. And I came to the United States in 1980, which is ridiculously long time ago. Anyway, but before I came to America, I did pick up a book called Cybernetics or something similar in 1971, which was at least bringing an awareness to the word, if not some of the confusions sometimes in the book. In 1978, I was very fortunate to stumble into the Open University. And the Open University course on industrial relations said you can't do industrial relations until you know about socio-technical systems. And I suddenly found the language I'd been looking for. And so that led to T241, systems behavior, which of course has changed my life. So in America, I came and landed in Golden, Colorado, and I wanted to pursue this systems and cybernetic discourse inquiry. And I had a young family and couldn't do that at San Jose. Well, Bill Reckmeyer, who is now with us, was a professor at San Jose State on that program of systems and cybernetics. But I did have the opportunity to invite him to come to course and consult to me. So I kind of got aware of all of what Bill was doing vicariously by him consulting to me when I was at Coors as their corporate communication systems manager. And then I went on to Arizona Public Service in Phoenix, which is a big nuclear power utility, and I was their manager of issues management, and Bill came there as well. ASC, I kind of got back into ASC in 2014 when, 10 years ago, the meeting was here in Washington. That led to my current involvement in ASC and also ISSS, which was here at the same time. And just a side note here, on 2004, I was working with the ocean scientists and ocean educators and ocean politicians in this country who were lamenting the fact that no ocean was taught in schools. And I became aware of this need, and being involved with technology, I was one of 4 people who initiated a whole program to create ocean literacy in schools in the United States. Now, interestingly, I did employ certain cybernetic principles without calling them cybernetic principles to anyone. Nobody knew I was interested in cybernetics or systems. But what occurred has been very interesting, because we made a statement that nobody owned this work and everybody owned it. And it's now gone global. It's quite a fascinating story, which I'm not going to talk about more, but it's just an interesting example of how something can go absolutely global. In 2015, when I went to the ISSS conference in Berlin, I heard a lot of systems people talking about a lot of different systems. And it was rather frustrating, because I felt that, as a systems community, there should be something called systems literacy, if not cybernetic literacy. So that's kind of my motivation. So then let's just fast forward here, if I can, to ASC and becoming a trustee. And then last year, I think it was, I did volunteer to take on the archive working group for ASC. So that's why I'm standing up here at the moment. At the same time, just out of interest, we did also start something called the Ministry of Fun, because we think there should be more fun. And so anybody wanting to contribute to that archive projection in the future would be great. I suppose I should have started this with a joke, but anyway. Well, exactly. I was thank you.
That was a good joke.
I was heading that way, but it's so archiving. I mean, we have a working group. And I thought, well, okay, before we get going on this, what about all the archives in the world? And so I sort of sent an email out to as many people as possible, saying, well, I'm interested in gathering information about archives in the world on cybernetics, not just ASC archives and cybernetic archives in the United States. So we had a response of about 40 people. 22 people turned up to the first Zoom. I'm not quite sure what they were expecting exactly, but that formed into 3 subgroups, one on international relations, conflict resolution, and peace studies, another on social and organizational cybernetics, and another on the technology for archives. And so we've had periodic meetings over the past 12 months or so. I've had mainly more one-on-one meetings with Paul Pangaro, with Cliff Jocelyn, with Bethany, and Paul Schoder now that we're doing this presentation, because I hadn't really met hadn't met Bruno, hadn't met Paul, hadn't met Bethany. So we've had some wonderful conversations and collaborations over the last little while, pulling this together. So we hope that it's going to be helpful and informational. So I have created a working group website, or a page at least, on the ASC website, and there is a link there for you to submit archives that you might like to submit. So that's my second card. Now my third card, which is my last card. Archives for what? Archiving. I felt if we're going to have a whole meeting on archiving, we should be archiving the archiving meeting. So I'm responsible for the cameras in the back and the streaming, which is hopefully automatically recording everything that I'm saying and has been said, so that we can access it later. So, and I do apologize for those of you streaming that it's a bit choppy, and that's because of the bad internet in this place here, which you might be experiencing elsewhere. So that's another problem. The lesson is always plug it in, but it's just triggered lovers, but never mind. The problem I have is that words mean other words, and then they sort of just, anyway, that's terrible. So yes, so it's all being recorded, and I'm going to do my best to archive all the archiving that's going on, because I think we should. It's entirely a volunteer activity, I might say, so any help would be appreciated. And I'm going to take the cameras over to the art centre, and if somebody wants to volunteer, we could set up a second stream and recording situation here. I can bring more cameras and help sort that out. So, archives for what? Let me just finish with that. Archives for action in real time. One of the real challenges now is, of course, is that information is being created all the time, like we're creating it right now. So we have real-time web streaming, which is also being recorded on Vimeo, which means, theoretically, tomorrow I could go and link to that archive, or later on today. So there is archiving as we go. But I thought about this when we got to start thinking about our whole presentation here. And I thought, well, you know, at my time in life, I can indulge you in my personal agenda for archives. Firstly, I spent the last 20 years on ocean literacy, earth science literacy, atmospheric literacy, and climate literacy in this country, and particularly with ocean literacy, I've helped initiate similar activities in Europe and Asia, which has been quite a remarkable experience. And I would like to do the same thing for cybernetic and systems literacy. So that's one goal, is archives for action in cybernetic and systems literacy, certainly within the United States, but certainly also around the world. So that's number one agenda for me in the next 10 to 15 years, or however much time I've got left on the planet, as long as the planet survives. The second one, which I thought about, is the whole issue of truth, science, medicine, health, and media, with in particular our experiences during the pandemic. And this has been something that I've been following now since it began. It's just been a very interesting development of what is true and what isn't true. And I was highlighted to it because my niece, who is a emergency room physician in Maine, and her husband refused to get vaccinated. Then my son and his wife refused to get vaccinated. I did get 3 vaccinations because I wanted to go to England, and they wouldn't let you in unless you had a vaccination. So there was some significant control on my ability to move because I hadn't had or had not had the vaccination. And now looking at some of the information that was provided about the whole virus, and even a video I watched yesterday where the head of the CDC, former head of the CDC, was asserting that it was definitely a leak from the lab. So that's just number 2, and I'm now with personal family members experiencing medical challenges. The whole non-systemic effect of the medical arena is ridiculous. I mean, we as a community of systems and cybernetics should be working on those kind of issues and making a difference. And the last one is a bit of an emotional issue for me. But last week, I went to Portland for 2 days. I'll try and manage this. It was something called the Screen Action Network. I was in a room with 55 people, and they included 6 parents who had lost children to suicide or drug overdose. And they had done that because of their participation with cell phones and social media. And the other interesting thing, there was a couple of cognitive scientists, neuroscientists there, who gave some information to me. So I believe that the relationship with a cell phone is a pretty cybernetic sort of experience, right? So if it's having an immediate effect on the brain development, size of the brain, and the behavior and the cognitive capacity of young people aged from birth, when iPhones and iPads were put in cribs, to these examples where a 12-year-old from Maryland here choked himself to death because of a TikTok program, and the other one was a 16-year-old who got more and more anxious because he was on social media, and he was on Snapchat, and he then self-medicated, and then he ordered fentanyl through a drug dealer on Snapchat and overdosed. So the point is, as a community, and with all this knowledge that we have, and all the wonderful archives that are out there, and all the actions that have been taken, what are we doing, right? What are we doing with them? It's great to have them, but I want to see us doing things in the world while we've still got time to do it. So I know that's a bit sort of, the last two things are a bit not quite so, elevating. But anyway, I think it's important that we truly consider our role in protecting the archives, and I'll do my bit as I can here with ASC and so on. So with that, I think that's explain why I'm here. And Paul, are we going to go to the next piece? It's been wonderful to work with my three co-presenters. It's been fun to learn more about them. And Paul sent me 2 big boxes last week with lots of other boxes in them. So we have lots of boxes, particularly black. I wanted to talk about our installation.
Somewhere in the DC Art Center, you will find 7 black shoeboxes of different sizes because we picked them up randomly where we could get them.
Stand here because I didn't adjust the cameras. So that...
Proactive archiving.
So black shoeboxes, we know that cybernetics has something to do with black boxes. And we know that archives have something to do with shoeboxes. Because a lot of us have family records, personal records, photographs, all kinds of materials that are stowed away in containers like this. So we've got an installation that will have 7 black shoeboxes. The details haven't yet quite been worked out with the Art Center. Now, the archive working group has established a working page at the ASC site, and every one of the 7 boxes is going to have this handout, which is 5 or 7 pages long or something, with a QR code to get you to that page. So this is partly our strategy to encourage ongoing participation in the archives working group. Beyond that, there will be some surprises. And we're seeding the boxes with a few surprises, and we hope that you'll come and find those boxes and respond and put your own questions and your own possibilities and your own ideas for the future and your own commitments to continuing the ASC and its archives projects. Does that satisfy?
Yeah.
Well, this is, and Bruno's chart will be there as well as other materials. Bethany, did you want to add anything? Not at the moment. Bruno?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have the opportunity. I'll just mention something that's.
So yeah, I'm sorry that my wonderful systems countercultures network diagram was perhaps hard to scry during the talk, but so this is part of a larger project. Actually, this is off the archival message, but we're developing a systems countercultures intensive that's going to be an online course delivered through Gray Area, which is an art center based in San Francisco. So it's going to be a 12-week course, and this is sort of the mandala of the content that that we will offer in that course. Myself and my collaborator at our initiative called Gaian Systems, and so scattered about is the Systems Countercultures Network, and then on this handout is a quick flyer explaining that course, which goes through roots of organic cybernetics, epistemology and cognition, and then branches of neo-cybernetics. And it will run in the fall, and so it's still being developed. that is, it's still on the drawing board, just exactly what it will look like, but we've been green lighted by Gray Area, so it is going to happen beginning at the end of September and running through a couple weeks before Christmas. So I'd be happy for any feedback about how we finally put this course together, and if you know people who'd like to pay $750 for a 12-week course on organic cybernetics, it will be made available through this venue. Okay.
Well, thank you, Bruno, and thank you to Bethany and Peter. We are exactly at the time budget that we were given for our three presentations. We realize that we haven't been conversational, but now we want to begin to be conversational. We have another half hour on the schedule. But we do hope that the conversation continues that we can't have today, that it continues through interaction with the Archives Working Group and your suggestions and your ideas for our installation beginning tomorrow.
Just
Claudia.
one little thing. The caterer has to move some things. Yeah, the caterer. Huh? Is
Can't
that-
hear you.
Here. Sorry.
I was told that the caterer has to move. So Laura, what is it? Like these tables have to go out?
No. He needs to move 4 tables. It's going to be really loud, so if you want to pause for the
So
pause.
we do a kind of quick 3 minutes break to give time to the caterer to move these tables, and then we come back for the discussion. Is that okay?
And let me just say, we haven't pre-planned the way this discussion is going to happen, so please self-organize and we'll continue with the next half hour. Thank you.
Who want to do an organized discussion, not chit-chat. So I hand over to Paul.
Thanks, everyone. We didn't, our collaborative group did not organize the conversation, and I see hands up already. Please, when Bethany is free, please come. Where's Peter? Where's Bruno? Bruno, don't hide away over there. Come somewhere closer. And we are now open for suggestions, observations, reflections, and aspirations. Please, how many hands? You are first. Please identify yourself and present.
Cliff Jocelyn, and I've been working with Peter as well over the past number of months about some things. Mostly terrified that my own basement stacks of paper will be pulped at some point in the future, not knowing what I have. Questions actually for you, Bethany. In terms of archiving physical things, great. What about cataloging, which is different and is only digital and can be distributed? So like I could either offer up a description of what I have and or look up if it matters because there's a catalog and I can see who else has it. See what I'm saying? Is that a question for Bethany?
Yeah, so cataloging is a great way to create access to materials. Cataloging is more typically done by folks who are working with library materials like books and so forth, and it's usually a good way to create access to single items. And so that, in that regard, it's a really great way to facilitate access. With archives, because we're stewarding so many materials, so Von Forster's papers, for example, there's thousands of items, so we tend to create access more at the box and folder level, but just because, it would be impossible for us to catalog every single item, just because we don't have the time or people to do that. But yeah, that's a really good question to think about cataloging.
And as a follow-up, yes, definitely related to library things. I'm also thinking of gray literature, newsletters, conference proceedings. There's a whole, this whole set of materials there that this community has been producing over decades.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just say because of that aspect of that the catalog of an archive is usually not going to be anything like a complete. That's why you have to go. That's why you have to go and dig through the boxes, and that's kind of the joy of the thing as well.
Yeah, exactly my opinion. Archives, libraries are a place where you go when you think you want to find something and you know what you're looking for. Archives are places where you discover things and find out that you had no idea they were there at all. Yes, please.
Yanis Lauris. I'm from the ISSS, and I'm also president-elect for 2026 conference in Cyprus. And one of the reasons I'm here is to negotiate with you to hold your conference in Cyprus in 2026. Cyprus will also be the president of the European Union, and that gives us an opportunity to do something big, engaging all the countries of the European Union. But I have a question about the archiving. Archiving is absolutely essential. But isn't it also necessary to think about how we create an interface for the new generations along the lines that Peter was talking, like cybernetic literature, make cybernetics and systems science in general more accessible to everyday life, starting from very young ages, all the way to governance, which needs it desperately today?
I agree completely. I just don't know how I would go.
Working.
So I would defer to, I think Peter might have more hands-on experience with that aspiration for the dissemination of and the pedagogy involved.
Indeed, I've been learning the distinctions between archiving and librarying and digital storing, and when I was president of ISSS a few years ago, I went through enormous efforts to bring all the documents, and with the help of Jennifer Wilby and others, digitize them and put them all on the ISSS website. So we've got all of the most of the ISSS materials, And now that I've met Bethany and Bruno and Paul, we're working on how to proceed. But certainly, whether it's in 3D virtual space, using spatial metaphors, or auditory archiving, with the advances in large language models, how we can do that quickly. Or I've got a desktop scanner which I'm scanning books which are falling apart. So I think we can all make a contribution in some way in whatever our area of expertise is, and that's why I wanted to sort of make sure that we had the invite out there to all of you cyberneticians, right?
Yeah, and I'll just add that, there are some repositories that are exploring new ways of creating access. So the New York Public Library, actually, if you search their digital collections, they have these sort of network diagrams and interfaces that you can use to explore connections between different materials. So there are some ways that folks are thinking about, like, what are different mechanisms for access and engaging new publics as well, which is important to think about.
Yes.
Okay, so I think I'm loud.
Go for it.
So this is not about archives per se, but historicizing cybernetics, which is fun and interesting, and I'm doing it as well. And so I think most of us collectively agree feedback, collectively agree, right, that cybernetics is a post-war phenomenon per se, post-World War II. But then there's really, the Ouroboros itself is a very old symbol, right? It goes back maybe a couple thousand years. And then we also have a deeper history of automated machines from around the world. And they go back also 2,000 years. So what I'm thinking is the history of cybernetics. Can we use the terms first and second order across time to understand these various forms of automation that have been with us far longer? It seems to be that after World War II, there began to be more conscious awareness of the role of automation and automated machines would play in our life. But the machines have been with us for a very long time. So basically, I'm wondering, can we use those terms to talk about these other machines, like to understand what would be first order and what would be second order, going back, even in the Chinese situation, I'm not even sure, because they're very old machines. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It requires a conversation.
Let's talk about it over the next day. Okay?
Well, I'll shoot you what comes to my mind off the top of my head, which is I'd be leery of that. My first instinct would be to retain their specific historical provenance to when cybernetics is actually extant, right? When Wiener coins the term in 1949 around a specific set of sort of first generation cybernetic ideas, and then so the first orders of back formation from von Verster basically saying, but now we're at the second order, and that moves us into the epistemological, cognitive, and relatively organic side. So I would no. I think all you need to do to go back into the history of machine to machine history, I would say just kind of specify the machine type like automaton. And there's the history of automata that goes back several centuries. It doesn't really have anything to do with cybernetics except in hindsight.
But the thing is that isn't one of the big points of all of our work is to better understand our life in the world. And so I think that personally, this is my advisee, and we're talking about her dissertation and working these ideas.
Louder, please.
Working through my advisee's dissertation on cybernetics. But my point is, it would be nice to have these terms useful in other ways as tools, right? So we can, because how do you teach a class on the history of AI and art, which is something I'm going to do. So I'm interested in using cybernetics to identify things of the past. Is that okay? Makes sense.
The word is used earlier, right? So the word has 19th century uses if you look outside a North American context. So I think that's...
Well, there are.
Yeah. And pens.
say.
Yeah, like if I can just.
Sorry, that's Ben. Hi.
Physiology. Yeah. And in the 1700s.
One history has like Maxwell and his use, and then you can look at the word itself and how you're using it, and then like you pointed out, the machines that are sort of tied to that, and I think it's a worthy endeavor.
That suggests, network approach, connections instead of phases.
So I have a rather different thread I'd like to pick up to add on to what you said, Bruno. So one thing that your story about the countercultural and what you've already accessed in the archives and the story that you wove about cybernetics and the American counterculture, then it made me think about a thread that, you talked, it's an open network, right? The picture that you have. So there's another piece of it that has to do with the countercultural and American Buddhism. And it made me think about, what archival materials there might be to look at that piece. Because it's not coincidence that Gregory died at the San Francisco Zen Center. And his death, as described by his daughter, Mary Catherine Bateson, I think, and I said you need to look for more materials to back this up, but it's connected to the what happened after that with the hospice movement at the Zen Center, and that was instrumental in their response to the AIDS epidemic. And another piece of that, and so San Francisco Zen Center, that's Zen Buddhism, but there's also connections to Tibetan Buddhism in America because Bateson taught at Naropa, and that's founded by Jongyang Trungpa. And then there's connections through Varela with Upaya Zen Center, which also has connections to the Tibetan lineages, and what's now called the Varela Symposium, which used to be called Zen Brain. And Evan Thompson is the author of, among other things, Why I Am Not a Buddhist, but his father was William Irwin Thompson, and he grew up at Lindisfarne, and there's connections between, Thompson co-published with Varela, and there's connections, to Bateson there too. So, and all of that, and the whole, Buddhist ethos in America has to do with, reorganizing our ideas about the community that very much, speaks to the ideas that Bateson and Varela were part of. So I think that's an important part of, the larger story.
Yeah, I was going to say very much the same thing about William Irwin Thompson, the connection to Findhorn, and Joanna Macy.
And Joanna Macy.
Joanna Macy is a Buddhist systems philosopher, practitioner. So can we get your network on a Miro board and start putting those out?
Well, this has been my experience. It started out, I called it a mandala, and it was for, but not really to evoke Eastern philosophies, but there it is. Yeah. But it was, and I concocted a simpler version for a program that Domini organized through ASC on Bateson and Varela, and that's up on the internet. That took place a couple months ago. And then I've been refining it. And what I found is when I show it to knowledgeable people such as yourself, that it's, well, where's X and where's Y and why isn't Z there? And so what I realized, so in the so as a practical matter, this particular diagram is delimited by running Stuart Brand's periodicals through the middle. So there just isn't a whole lot of Buddhism in Coevolution Quarterly or the Whole Earth Catalog. I mean, you might find it around the edges, but there's a whole lot of cybernetics in Whole Earth Catalog and Coevolution Quarterly. So, these are, but certainly one could constitute, sort of a Buddhist counterculture that would have profound overlaps with cybernetic figures.
Well, and it does have to do with, sometimes when I'm asked to define cybernetics, I say it's the corrective to the pathologies of the Western mindset. And I think, you know, American Buddhism has played that role, I think, in the US, and that, so it's not coincident that there's that intersection. And for me, I mean, I think, you know, I read Steps when I was 15, and I think I did become a Buddhist. I just didn't know it for 50 years.
Thank you.
But it even goes back further than that. It goes back, if you look at indigenous people and how we've dismissed that thinking. And when I see cybernetics as a way to bring it in from the scientific Western culture point of view, that might generate a crossing over into indigenous ways of
I've
thinking.
got a question for you. Do you know Carol Proudfoot?
Proudfoot.
Proudfoot.
Yeah, I have heard of it.
She was at the Mind-Body Dualism Conference in 1976. That's written up in Coevolution Quarterly with Heinz von Förster and Bateson and the other folks there. And so I was dismissed.
We don't talk about her. We don't know who she is.
She worked for UC Santa Cruz, and in the Bateson archives, so they requested position papers. And if you know Varela's Not One, Not Two, that's his position paper for the Mind-Body Dualism Conference. And Carol Proudfoot wrote a position paper, which is a really beautiful, like maybe 2,000-word statement about indigenous spirituality and the mind-body dualism issue. And then she goes on, and then she has her significant other is a guy named Bob Edgar, who was at UC Santa Cruz, a scientist who was also at that meeting. Anyway, this is something you bump into. There it was in the box. Carol, and so I'm saying, and so I looked her up, and she's now like a shamanic healer in Santa Cruz. But otherwise, there doesn't seem to be a lot of information about her, except she's still out there kicking, using her indigenous, I think, Oklahoma Cherokees. I'm not exactly sure, but there she was in the middle of that systems counterculture gathering for that moment. So there's a dissertation in there.
I just have a 10-second point. I've been in line for a while. So I think that the Ekoram book series has an incredibly brilliant history, and I think we should somehow get a hold of the digital rights of those so they can be distributed, but also people can use them as an archival.
Well, what are the names you mentioned?
It's the Ekoram book series. I spent a lot of time at the University of Vienna with Albert Mueller and with Werner Korn, who ran Ekoram. And the book series, how many people have at least 10 Ekoram books? Or let's say 5. Let's say 5. 1. Okay. And
Well, I got this one.
We're running over time, and I hope that this conversation continues throughout the conference. And please take a look for the black boxes. You might find something there, and you might leave something there. Please. Well, the final thing is, there are existing collections that are under-resourced, understaffed, and are semi-dormant. Possibly we can find a way to bring resources to bring those collections out of dormancy.
Put it on the website for the group, American Society for Cybernetics. Put that list of archives. We can get it.
They might not like to be on the list.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the questions. Next, we'll have Ben Sweeting and John Goodman talking about towards a typology of circularities.
Okay. Do I need to use the microphone? Okay, like that? Like that? You can hear me okay? Yes. Okay, hi everyone, my name's Ben. I'm from the UK. I work at a university called the University of Brighton in the Architecture and Design faculty, and I've been involved with ASC for about 15 years, one way or another, so it's great to see those of you I haven't seen in person for a long time. And joined today by my colleague John Goodbun. John, do you want to just say a few words about yourself?
Say a few words, yeah, thank you. Well, I should say what a pleasure it is to be here. This is actually my first ASC conference, although I've been working on Bateson for close to 2 decades now. I haven't actually been here before, although the organisation and many of you here have been incredibly important to my development, so it's an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm based at the Royal College of Art in London. I'm also from an architectural background on the environmental architecture programme, and with a deep basis in Bateson's work, I guess.
Okay, so we're going to just go back and forth a bit. This is not an overly planned session. We've got a kind of loose structure. As it goes on, there's a bit less structure and a few more images, I'd say.
And I should probably say that I'm incredibly...
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'm suffering appallingly from jet lag right now, so I'm gonna... The concept was Ben's anyway on the whole, so he will be leading it, but also I'm declining.
So if John starts to kind of look a bit sleepy, then I think just to moderate that, feel free to just put your hand up and come in at any point, especially towards the second half. I would really appreciate that. I'm going to stand a bit to the side, I think. Is that good? Okay, so this is maybe starting in a slightly different place than questions of archiving and history, but actually I've kind of got a bit of a transition. I was actually doing some archival research yesterday in the Library of Congress. I just kind of popped over there. It's incredibly easy and wonderful to use that space, amazingly accessible. And they have Margaret Mead's archive. So I was looking at, one of the folders I was looking at was the folder that has, over here, yeah, that better? The folder that relates to the first conference, the ASC, in 1967. And there's a folder with not just the notes she was looking at before giving her opening remarks, but also some of the transcripts, right? And the transcripts and editing them, and there's some different parts in them that are published. And this is one bit which I thought I'd share with you. So I think this is edited out of the published version, and we'll use this to begin. So I had a very curious experience a couple of weeks ago of getting on a plane with a young man after I'd used the word cybernetics in a lecture. He said, I don't know what that means. And a little later I asked him what he did, and he was a computer specialist. Now, of course, he didn't mean he couldn't have a dictionary definition, but he did mean that he didn't know what I was talking about when I was talking of a way, in the way I was talking about cybernetics as a way of looking at things, or a kind of language. And I think that could be written now, right? I don't know if anyone was talking to a man on a plane, used the word cybernetics and had a bit of difficulty explaining on the way here. Sometimes happens. And I was struck by the call for papers for the conference around a glossary. And I thought, what do I want from a glossary? So for me, a glossary is something that I might use to help me understand what I'm hearing that everyone else is saying, and also to help me understand what I'm hearing when I'm saying things. So sort of listening to myself or understanding myself. And in particular, it might help me with the differences between things that are related. So it might help me with, how and when to draw a distinction, or to undraw a distinction, or to say that things are the same, or to say how things that are the same are different, and so on. One of the things I could do with, sort of help with, in understanding cybernetics, is really understanding some of the nuance around some of the key concepts. So in particular, focus on today the concept of circularity. I want to connect this to the problem of introducing cybernetics, right? So Mead's problem here. And I think it's always good to sort of feel like you're new to cybernetics. I don't know if anyone's completely new to cybernetics or fairly new today. I feel like I always want to, or the more I go on, the newer I feel. And you know, there's so much of it, it's so varied. The way people talk about it is so different. And in part, there's a difficulty of sort of explaining it that you can say is part of its fragmentation as a discipline. So it sort of exists, or we think it exists in a certain period in a very coherent way. And then it sort of gets broken up. And some people would take that as a requirement or a prompt to have a better definition, right? A tighter definition of its scope and purposes. Some people might be originalists and insist that it's exactly how Vina said it was, or so on and so forth. But I'm not convinced by that. So in particular, it seems to me that structurally, cybernetics is hard to define. Yeah, go to the next one. So I don't think it's just that cybernetics is difficult, right? Difficult to introduce. It's not just because it's fragmented. It's partly because of that. It's partly that it's kind of unusual. But I think it's resistant to definition. So in some senses, it's kind of ambiguous in how it relates to all the other disciplines, right? So I think how everyone, like I'm from architecture and John's from architecture, so I think we read it maybe in a certain way that's kind of similar from our background. I don't know if you think that. But when people come from, you know, I think it's really how people understand it. Maybe your background's really coming into what you find in it. It also crosses the disciplines really quickly. It also crosses contexts, right? So it sort of moves quickly from one place to another place. It also moves between things, so the concepts are circularities that kind of, you know, they're not just the ones in my body, they're the ones between my body and this room and the planet and so on. So it's kind of hard to get a definition on it. So, you know, 1 minute you're talking about a pond, the next minute you're talking about a factory, right? 1 minute you're, you know, trying to understand how you're drinking a cup of tea. The next minute someone's designing an anti-aircraft system. 1 moment you're kind of understanding your brain waves. The next minute you're kind of making electronic music. So it jumps all over the place. And I think this is part of it, what's interesting, right? If it didn't jump all over the place, it maybe would be less relevant. But that means that the ideas and terms move from original context, and they don't continue to mean what you might expect them to mean, right? So, you know, if there's words like homeostasis that have a context, but we don't use them in that context in cybernetics. It's sort of moved. This just makes it kind of hard to introduce. There's also a political aspect of that. So when the words jumped context, the politics have changed. I don't think we track that very well. So if you think of something like homeostasis or resilience, I'm thinking about my blood sugar. I'm diabetic. Think about my blood sugar. I've maybe got one attitude to the maintenance of essential variables. When I'm thinking about society, maybe I should be thinking about it a bit differently.
Just to say,
Yeah.
I would add,
It's on or off? Yeah.
I would add organic to that. I think we can have some discussion about that. What a complicated term that is. I don't know if you.
Oh no. Sorry, I'll just get that. Yeah.
Was that the remote?
Okay.
It was the remote.
So one of the
or something.
This actually. Yeah. So one response to that, which I think is really kind of a common way of introducing cybernetics, is you kind of give it a history. I'm not really thinking about the kind of history, but a kind of introductory history, right? So often it's how it was kind of introduced to me. It's how I hear it being introduced in my experience of listening to other people introduce it. That often, you know, begins with a kind of kickoff point, which might be the Macy conferences. It might be Norbert Wiener's book. It might be everything that's published in 1943. You start with somewhere. You then sort of describe a narrative. And I think that's quite effective, right? So I think that works, it situates everything, but there's some limitations. So I think it tends to emphasize some particular dominant figures, mostly men. That's kind of, that's noticeable in how cybernetics gets introduced. I think using history as a sort of quick introductory narrative also gives you a kind of, not a very rich history often. So it tends to lose a bit of the granularity that's interesting about history. I think also it becomes really situated in particular traditions, let's say. So you can give more than one history of cybernetics. I think at the conference 10 years ago, Albert Muller gave a paper, or his paper in the proceedings was called Advocan S, yeah? Histories of Cybernetics, histories with an S. So there's more than one history going on. And we're not telling all of those. So when we sort of use history as an introduction, it reinforces a particular history of the many histories. But most of all, I think it has worked quite well as a way of introducing, but the more history you get, the longer your introduction becomes. Right? So at this particular point, maybe it begins to become a bit unwieldy in some way. That's because it gets longer, but it's also because the telling of historical narratives also has a history, which we heard a bit of, right? So you have to start telling the history of that history, history of that history of that history, and so on, which I think is really important, but again, it's just not such a great introduction, right? So as an alternative, well, another way of doing it is you just jump right in there, right? So you get this a lot. Why don't we just dive in with the viable system model, put the diagram up there with conversation theory, the ecology of mind, autopoiesis, all of them at the same time. Are they the best places to start? Well, actually, these are all pretty, they're kind of complicated. Maybe as an introduction, maybe interesting question right now. So what about introducing cybernetics through its core ideas? This for me is the thing that maybe I imagine the glossary being. Circularity or circular processes is maybe one of those. I don't mean to make it everything, but it's certainly like one core idea that you could introduce things through. The Macy conferences as a potential sort of starting point have it in their, I think still quite useful title, Circular Causal and Feedback Mechanisms in Biological and Social Systems. Now there's many forms of circular processes, and I think some of them are more prominent in cybernetics than others. And what I'm sort of want to prompt today, I don't have like a, this is how it, this is the way to think about it kind of talk, but I want to prompt maybe, how do we want to distinguish between different kinds of circular processes or forms of circular processes? When do we want to distinguish it? When do we not want to distinguish it? And so on. This thing. Okay. So I'm going to kind of run through some. I hope this sort of doubles as a kind of form of introduction if you're new to all this today as well. And also just invite anyone to jump in at any point, because I'm sort of asking for help in a way. So first one I think is feedback. Feedback's a circular process. There's something like difference that's important in it, so that, I mean, I guess the easiest example is something like the thermostat. So your heater and your thermostat, the heater controls the thermostat controls the heater, you control the setting, or don't control the setting. The key driver is a difference, so if it's really hot, hopefully your heater goes off. If it's not very hot, hopefully the heater comes on. And you get a kind of system that's governed by a difference, or sometimes an error. If you don't like it, it's called an error. And often that's talked about in two kinds, a positive kind and a negative kind. Interestingly, the positive kinds are usually the ones you don't want. So positive is increasing difference, like a runaway curve, which would be the microphone feedbacking is an example of that. So the speaker being picked up by the microphone amplifies and it just accelerates all the time. Negative is one where the difference is decreasing, so that's like the thermostat heater. You also sometimes get a feedback feed-forward distinction. When you use that distinction, it's often talking about whether the difference is something that's being corrected or the difference is in a model about anticipating what's coming. And not everyone would use that distinction. I think people talk about it as this feed-forward thing is maybe implicit in feedback, but some people would use that, and people talk about that in teaching, trying to write things that are anticipatory rather than just correcting people's work. You also get kind of combinations of these. I think these have kind of forms as well. So I just got a couple examples. This one, so just a couple of quotes for these. This is a Gregory Bateson talking about a forest or forest typing ecosystem in 1967 at the Dialectics of Liberation conference in London. So describing here, all the creatures and the plants in the forest have a kind of runaway capacity. So they have they can produce more offspring. Those offspring can produce more offspring, and so on. So they all have the potential to kind of go on a sort of exponential curve of growth. And then it's quite a thing to try and then create a kind of equilibrium. So you have all kinds of negative feedback or balancing feedback that puts all of those things into a kind of relation. And then if you disturb it, so you kind of knock out a particular insect or a particular bird, it's all going to go out of whack. It'll proceed along an exponential curve for a bit until something else kicks in and it balances off. I don't know if you want to add anything on that, John?
I'm beginning to fade. I always visualise the different curves you have with this, I guess. That negative feedback is characteristically something like a sine curve, right, as it's moderating itself and the others run off. It's also a useful quote, although we haven't been focused on bases, so I said that the runaway capacity is in all living systems. It's not kind of originally evil of humans as such. But the question is, what is it that's amplifying that? What's the we might be wanting to reflect upon?
Then this is a different kind of, that's a combination, right? So we just had, a kind of corrective structure, balancing feedback loop, balancing out an exponential one. This is a different one. This is a little bit later. So this is 1968, and this is in a paper that is introducing a conference he ran called The Moral and Aesthetic Structure of Human Adaptation. That was the next year. And here he's describing something else. Indeed, the very errors that we would set out to correct, the people in the conference, cultural errors of reductionism and mind-body separation are themselves buttressed by homeostatic mechanisms. We were in agreement that to try to alter any variable in a homeostatic system without awareness of the supporting homeostasis must always be short-sighted and perhaps immoral. Yet we boldly go out and attack epistemological errors which are deeply rooted in our culture and supported by complex vested interests of all branches of that culture. So what he's talking about there is, we have kind of runaway processes like, say, the extortion of the environment through Western society and assumptions about how capitalism works and assumptions about how it should work. So this is a kind of runaway. But actually that runaway is reinforced by a whole set of homeostatic processes, right? So it's not just we have a runaway system, we have a bunch of homeostatic processes that are maintaining it. Okay. So how they're arranged also has a kind of form. Okay, so that's the first lot. And so there's a few different things there, like different kinds of feedback type process, different ways they could be arranged. And some people would say that that's sort of cybernetics, right? Cybernetics is concerned specifically with error control feedback. And I think there's other kinds of circular processes. And it's kind of interesting to talk about those too. So I'm just going to run through some, and there could be more. Peter, did you want to come in?
Yeah, if you're open to just a reflection on how circularity looks to people that are not cybernetic thinkers, is that when you have positive reinforcement up to, reinforcing a trend, such as Piketty's financial model of capital returns to capital, it looks linear to people that aren't cybernetic thinkers. So they don't know what we mean by circularity when we're thinking about how that's reinforced. They're thinking things normally go up. It's just linear, it's a line, it's a slope. I mean, how is that a circle? They don't, because we're already thinking about the mechanism. So there's a disconnect there, and also with error, we'll think about the thermostat. Probably the same normal way of looking at that is as a control system is that's also linear. It's up, well, like Paul had said, it's on or off. It's kind of, so there's this gap in what we mean by circularity, where people are probably thinking, are you going to get to the point in this, which is actually circular conversation, which is, I will come back to that point after, I touch on a couple points of history, and then we'll come back. So when we talk in a circular way as well, it makes sense to circular thinkers. I'm just saying that it looks linear to normies, right?
So I'm going to just run through some sort of other circular sort of processes. So the first one, I thought, just following on from the feedback one, I think we should kind of think about what's the same and what's the different to the kind of feedback processes described in system dynamics. So this is a kind of different but similar kind of field. It also has positive and negative feedback loops. I think, I don't help, again, someone could help me here, but I think there's a difference between emphasizing stocks and flows, which is sort of the typical system dynamics thing. So you have, more predators lead to less praise, and less praise lead to less predators, and so on. I think there's a difference between emphasizing the kind of quantity and emphasizing a difference or an error. I think that's a different way of constructing a diagram. I think you could construct a feedback diagram based around error and based around quantity, and you get a slightly different way of talking about it, at least. Now, one of the things interesting about this system dynamics body of work is they have kind of diagramming language. They're quite good at talking about the combinations, and they have, you can find a whole set of things like this under the notion of archetypes. This is fixes that fail, which, as someone who works in a British university, something that's dear to me. So you have a kind of, you have a fix, but it has a unintended consequence on a delay that exacerbates your system even though you think you fixed it, right? So the whole set of things, kind of interesting thinking here about maybe how we might describe, describe combinations of circular systems. Another kind, this is the one I'm most confused at, so I'm definitely looking around for help here, but there's a kind around recursion, and for me, I just hear recursion, and I just hear different things when people use it. So, are there different kinds? I think the key thing is a kind of loop. It's sort of implicit in the thermostat kind of example and the microphone example. You get processes that, hang on, before I get to that one, you get a loop. Here we have, does anyone know Doctor Who? Is that too British a reference? Yeah? Is it okay? So, you have this amazing kind of entry, introduction, which is a kind of video feedback. And that is a kind of beautiful version of the microphone thing, where the input is going into the output's coming into the input, or whatever. It's forming a loop. And it gives you these amazing patterns, right? These kind of recursive patterns. So that's one kind. I think you also have processes that transform themselves when they're happening. So the non-trivial machine, maybe the nervous system. So something that when you're doing it, the way it does things becomes different. So it sort of acts on itself. I think that's a slightly different structure than the Doctor Who structure. I think you get maybe self-reference here, maybe. So a process that includes a description of itself. And sometimes you get sort of nesting or hierarchical nesting described as a recursion. So in viable systems model, people talk about levels of recursion, because every bit in the complicated VSM diagram down here is also the whole diagram. And that feels like a different sort of thing, right? But to me, that's a kind of structural thing. It's a bit different from maybe some of those other processes.
Yeah, I would like to answer one of your questions.
Yeah, please do. I love that.
Yeah.
Sorry, would you? Yeah.
There are dramatically different kinds of processes that get labeled recursion. The worst case is in Chomsky linguistics, where they use simply the repetition of a process is recursion. And he'll make proclamations about what's competence and what's performance and so on. But if you actually look at the examples where he says, well, look, here's a process of a grammatical construction that perfectly straightforwardly demonstrates that people are really good at recursion and they have no problem with it at all. And here's something else, blah, blah. But every example that he says people have no problem with, and people have no problem with it, is tail recursion. I saw Jack and Fred and Mary and Chuck. My dad's brother's cousin's mom is my teacher. You don't have any problem with that because you're doing all of that on a single level. You're just linking. Whereas the cat ate the malt, the cat, the rat, the dog chased, killed, ate the malt. The cat, the rat, the dog chased, kicked, killed, ate the malt. Those are impossible beyond level 2. Actually, in highly cultivated medieval Arabic poetry, people can train themselves by memorizing and reciting and composing poetry to get all the way down to level 3, and actually even with enough attention and enough keef, follow the speaker in a new poem and get down to level 3. People can't do it. Why? Because you need a stack to do center recursion or left recursion. But right recursion is built into the brain. It's just stretch it across the surface of your perceptual cortex to see the events, or through semantic space by tracing familial or other relations. Thanks.
Thank you, that was really helpful. Yeah, please.
I mean, for me, recursion in computation is you get an answer to an equation and that gets fed back into the, I don't know which one, if that fits into any of those, but that's sort of my, that gets used by artists all the time, that process.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So what is the role of, so when you talk about levels, I'm thinking about emergence.
Yeah.
Like, so do you want to talk about where that fits in here? That should...
Can I say something about recursion?
Well, it seems like recursion and emergence, are they not
that's
together?
great.
Like you get one from the
Yeah.
other?
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you.
There's also a non-iterative aspect of recursion where the structure supports itself through the way that it interacts with itself.
Recursion, never, always, what's the recursion? Always back on self, yet never quite the same.
Yeah, I like this definition, and for me, recursion is difficult concept to understand because there is no end.
Thanks, everyone. Okay, I'm gonna jump a bit here. Yeah.
Isn't there any recursion? Recursion doesn't exist only if we define it, only if we start to talk about it, and you define it in a different way than you, and I think the problem is that we still here also try to find what really is. And I would say cybernetics, we don't have one definition, but cybernetics can explain why we can't define or why we can't find a final, an objective definition of cybernetics.
Yeah.
I don't know what
There's
is,
probably
but
more
I know
we
what
can-
I think.
Go on. I'm just going to throw some other things in here now. Right, so the circular economy, don't know if you work with this, this is a common thing in design. This is what we might think about the things we make things of, the things we make of things, becoming things we make other things of, right? So this is, in the top right here, this is a building designed by one of my colleagues in Brighton, Duncan Baker-Brown, made entirely of waste material. So it's made of things that other buildings and other things in the city used to be made of. You can see there kind of funny banners. So these are all posters that used to be up temporarily for festivals in the city. I probably walked past quite a lot of them. And you can actually, they're single use, but you can use them as vapor control layers in a building, right? So there's a whole kind of process of trying to move the building industry away from an extractive model where we go and make some new materials and turn it into a circular model. Now, you might think, well, that's just materials. Cybernetics is about information and organization. That's a different thing. But you can look. Sorry.
I said it's embodied. I think of cybernetics as an embodied version of systems thinking. Yeah.
So I think we can talk about that cybernetically. And the way I would do it would be to think of this as a kind of organizational thing. So here, all that waste is organized to make a building. That's a different organization than making a rubbish heap, right? And then we can take it apart, which changes its organization, and you can put it together again. That's what Ashby called constraint, if you look in Ashby's introduction. So those things are constrained in particular ways. You can unconstrain them and reconstrain them. And that's a kind of process which is moving between different parts and wholes, but it has a circular form. That's a different way of describing the circular form than the way that's typically done, right? Which is typically about moving material things in circles in the economy. I think that's actually similar to something like hermeneutics. So people who want to talk about hermeneutic circles sometimes say, and this is really different to a cybernetic circle, but I think hermeneutics is an oscillation between a part and a whole. It comes from originally how to interpret the Bible. You look at first of all you start with the easy bits, then you use the easy bits to try and work out what the whole means, then all the context, and then you use that to do the difficult bits. So you're sort of oscillating between part and whole as a way of interpretation. And maybe there's something about that, and I don't know how you're feeling. Yeah, maybe a kind of dialectical form as well.
Well, partly just in reference to some conversations that were starting earlier about the different histories or the wider histories, and so something I've been very interested in is a reading of the histories of process and relational thinking, where the Hegelian tradition would actually be quite important to understanding some parts of cybernetics. And Bateson leaves, in particular, I like reading Bateson and Marx together, and Bateson leaves a lot of clues about that. And that's it.
Oh, we're going to try to professional. Okay, yeah, so all of those things can also be happening at the same time, right? So when you're designing or you're in a conversation, there are aspects that are, one sense or more sense of recursive. They also might be error correcting. They also might be part-whole movements and so on. So these things are kind of combined in the same process as well as kind of organized in different ways. And I think it'd be nice to kind of work through the kind of formal aspects of that in a kind of simple, relatively simple way.
And John, we just got a couple of minutes left, so I don't know if you'd like to...
I'll do it super quick.
Yeah.
Just to do that very last bit. Do you want
to just go on to the next one?
Yeah. All it was when we were having some dialogues about this, and it was that the circularity question, we were already thinking at quite an abstract level. We were thinking about abstract form and applying that to things. And so it's partly then thinking, well, there's actually a bigger history, again, of these various histories of engaging with circular. All around the world, one of the first things they do once they have enough excess to start building things is they start building circles. And then positioning themselves in relationship to the circular horizon around them. There's the various other traditions of working with other circles. The mandalas have already been referenced various times today, and Bateson, of course, said that mandalas and ecologies are almost the same thing. There's some interesting, so interesting in these kind of ways in which they're embodied. And then the ways in which all the diagrams that we've been seeing in the previous slides have this very particular formal language of lines and arrows. And if we start thinking about where does that come from, that partly comes from the very particular embodied traditions that of mid-20th century work that cybernetics in part emerged out of around working with electronics and electrics. And the fact that the abstraction of drawing lines and arrows is a fairly viable metaphor of the kind of thin extruded copper wire. But that then becomes a very powerful abstraction, which we then start to use for much, much more abstract and dispersed things which are circular in some ways, but let me think about it. So just to jump forward, there's always that wants to end with a little provocation of, if the embodied practices were actually trying to describe something like, whale sounds in water or just, something simply like this, how would we draw that? And would drawing it in different ways give us some different metaphors for thinking about these things that we're calling circular?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ben and John. And I would like now to call Paul Pangaro to continue the earlier introduction to cybernetics. Is dead, long live cybernetics. What's the relevance? What we imagine, plan, foresee in the future.
So this is just a very short orientation for what we'll be doing at the end of each day. And obviously cybernetics is dead, long live cybernetics. Thank you, King Charles III. Came up at the right moment when I was writing the session. But I'm quite serious about reflecting on how we're doing. Is there a reason why this didn't come up? Can someone knowledgeable with this configuration, maybe you can get that to be up there, thanks. So each day, you'll see on the session calendar, that's a slightly different time each day, we're going to ask ourselves a few questions. Like, what does that alarm mean? No, unfortunately, I need the prompt. I didn't write the prompt. So, I'd like you to think during each day, if there's a moment where you say, ooh, that's a contribution, that's something we can continue to use or expand upon or do better with. That's the alive part. And make a note and come to the session at the end of the day, or go directly into your, you can't make it come up here. All right, I'll just read it. So, every day, what evidence did you see in the course of the day for cybernetics offering value to modern challenges?
wicked challenges, global challenges, small challenges, great or small. Okay. And along with that, what concepts and conversations, models and methods that came along can we gather and offer in the future? Offer to those receptive, offer to each other, offer to other networks of cyberneticians and systems people. But that's sometimes one can find it on the net, one can hear, oh, isn't cybernetics dead? I want to respond to that. I don't want to be negative about it. I don't want to spread the capacity for people to quote me saying it's dead. Some colleagues of mine are concerned about that. And of course they can quote just the first half of the session if they want. But do gather, similarly to the positives in the alive part, what did you see that implies a lack of impact or a need for revision? And these particular questions are specifically on the Miro board, which is now linked to every session description that's in the program. At the very top it says, if you like, go straight into the session program and then go to the Miro board, and then you're stuff here, there's some post-it notes, and there's this thing here. I wish I could show you this. But in that case, I can be brief. Are there any questions? I think we have a problem, which is this cybernetics thing. I'm not sure we're winning the game of keeping it alive. Ray, sorry, I didn't see you. Please. We may only have one of these now.
Thanks, Paul. Ray Ison from the Open University and the International Federation for Systems Research. What you've just said, I want to connect to what Ben has just said, and I would argue that one of the great challenge we have is the acts of what I call deframing pathological metaphors that pervade our society. And so, to me, if you take, say, Ben's arguments, the question might be to engage with people with their contemporary metaphors and to engage in a process of genealogical construction. Where did that metaphor come from? What are the alternative metaphors? What are the revealing and concealing features of those metaphors? And so how can we arrive at the pathologies of those metaphors and displace them?
Thank you, Ray. If I understand you, you're saying that that's the part that we're fighting about, people thinking it's dead, and that's the wrong metaphor. I'm trying to make a connection to what I was saying. I appreciate your interest in where you want to go, but what's the relationship?
Well,
sorry, I won't drift away so much.
Cybernetics is not dead. Cybernetics is trapped in dysfunctional metaphors.
Good.
And so unless we break out of those dysfunctional metaphors and have ways to do that, we will never displace those dysfunctional metaphors.
Beautiful. And what are the mechanisms of breaking out of dysfunctional metaphors?
Language.
Yeah.
Well, I've had several PhD students do work on this, and I mean, one can organise workshops and other things where you have metaphorical analysis. So if you've got a group of people from organisation X, you can start off your conversation with them by bringing out their last year's prospectus and saying, what are the implications of these metaphors that you're doing? There are various modes of practice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Other comments? We have a few minutes. 1 second.
Elena Leonard from Toronto. One really easy one that I used to do with students was to explain a little bit about Ashby's law of requisite variety and then give them a broadsheet newspaper from the previous day and say, okay, how many examples can you find of a news story that indicates a lack of obedience to Ashby's law of requisite variety? And they never fail to come up with fewer than a dozen.
Thank you.
I just have something simple to say. I mean, it cannot be dead because there are a lot of young people here. Cybernetics, I mean, just because if it were only my age and up, it would be dead. I'm sorry, but there are a lot of young people here, and that's a good sign.
Oh.
Right? died. Thank you. Yay, young people.
I don't believe it's dead.
Okay, just to put, this goes on the list of good things. There are young people here.
Yes, by design. By conscious design, by those who put the conference together and by those who have been trying to build, thank you, been trying to build the society. Thank you, please. There was one other over here before Jude. Someone here? Who was it? Was it you? It wasn't you.
That was me, but I was just.
That was behind you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking a bit, Bill Seaman, I'm thinking a bit about the beauty of ambiguity and that there's a richness in cybernetics. And somebody told me the other day that I was very interested in, Mallarmé and people like this, and nobody, don't you live in the real world? And I value ambiguity in my life, and the richness of artworks is that you can come back to it over and over and over again, and they release more and more and more. You look at Colloquia Mobiles that past work, or for me, Marcel Duchamp with his large glass and the green box notes. So obviously I'm an artist, but anyway, I think there's a richness, especially what Ben was doing, was pointing out the richness of the ambiguity. So the question is, how do we make that, how do we define the value of the ambiguity and the richness of the ambiguity instead of making it feel like we're dead? Okay, thank you. Jude.
Jude Lombardi. Playing with language, Herbert Broom. One of the ways to play with language is to practice avoidance. Avoidance when I choose in the conversation not to say something with intention. Susan Parente. Also, Richards. So avoidance, how do we create the language? And I think that that's the problem that I'm hearing in regard to verbalizing cybernetics is dead, which, Paul, if I'm not mistaken, you came to because so many people said that to you.
Correct.
So, in order to avoid cybernetics is dead, my question would be, what do we say instead? Thank you.
Good. Other comments? We have a few minutes. Oh, this is going dead. Can you pass that?
I'll be happy to take it around. May I go in a circular motion?
I'm not sure the answer is necessarily cybernetics is dead, as if, and this is, I know I say this to the ASC, but cybernetics is homeless in some ways, and it always has been. I mean, thinking of Pickering, especially talking about, there's never been really institutional support, a single institutional support, as there are for other fields like biology, for instance. It's always sort of been off to the side. So I think maybe one way of reframing that question is to say, well, no, it's not dead, it's just homeless, or it's houseless, or however you want to say the right way of doing that. But
I love that, Brett. I think it's a way of getting into the issue of what happened. And the fact that it's homeless, I agree with, and that's one of the reasons why perhaps it hasn't persisted. Other comments? Yeah, Ben.
I think in the introduction to one of Wiener's 2 books, he talks about it as being marginal, and he means the margins between sciences, but I think it has this other resonance of, like, multiple resonances of marginality, and that he's talking about those margins as being where the interesting or relevant ideas and work is, and I think that I think reclaiming that as a positive is a useful thing.
Thank you. I'm thrilled that there's so much energy about this slightly controversial statement that it is dead and long live it.
Did another young person, did he want to ask a question? Young person.
You were looking at me before. You said young person. Maybe not something I would be.
I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I'll take the microphone. Great.
Give it to him. Maybe the younger president.
Good for you, young person. Yeah, my name's Jeff Kramer.
Jeff Kramer, could you come out a little bit further so those of us that can't see you, but just hear you can see you? That would be lovely.
I was hiding in the corner because I I've never really engaged with cybernetics in a very serious way before.
Well, come and do that now by just...
Very nice to meet all of you. Jeff Kramer. I haven't engaged in a serious way with cybernetics before at all.
Until now.
Until the past few hours, frankly. Thank you. And you know, I was introduced to it, you know, through a simple phrase, which was, the purpose of a system is what it does. And I had worked in education previously for a long time, seeing what outcomes from the system versus what the people say is supposed to happen in the educational system. And that disconnect driving me a little crazy. So, you know, as a very new person, it doesn't feel dead. I was able to find this pretty easily with a quick Google search, but also that, you know, I'd love to hear more people, and I'm sure it will come in additional panels, talk about really, really tangible ways that these concepts can be used. And the only example that I'll use just really quickly, you're talking before about people coming to the discipline from what they came before, and kind of the baggage they come with. Then you use the word resilience. In the world of education, resilience means how to design buildings to ensure that children are protected from potential mass shooters or threats or things like that. So when you said that word, you know, that's how it struck me. And it through the beginning of the cybernetic brain that I'm trying to develop myself, you know, makes me think about, you know, trying to solve complex and, you know, a wicked problem that I've, you know, been introduced to of something like that. So, you know, I would just love to hear more people talk about those wicked problems, even if they're difficult to do.
Wonderful. Let's pursue that. In the remaining minute, I hope you'll indulge me of a story in which Heinz von Forster changed things for me. I'm sure that's for many people in the room. I gave a talk, and afterwards he said, "Paul!" Paul! And then he proceeded to correct me because I had been using the word ontology. And he said, "But Paul, you mean ontogenesis." And then he said, "Paul, as a cybernetician, you stand on the shoulders of giants." I didn't know what to say. I thought he was done, but he wasn't done. He said, "Tell us what you see." I say this to Mr. Kramer. Tell us what you see.
Yeah. Well, I have to stay. Yes. Well, we can't show the page.
Oh, okay.
I will try it on this.
So, I also find ambiguity very beautiful. I feel that I do not know. And what bliss. It's hard when you also have to be a human, but it's worth it. New Macy, the group that Paul kindly invited me to join and help to organize with him. We meet every other Saturday online. And we wanted to have a program at this meeting, and we've had other programs at other conferences and meetings. So we were trying to figure out what to do. How many people were involved with Annetta Pedretti when she was making the books at prior ASC conferences? How many people read Paul? So Mark Sullivan, our good friend and colleague who sadly can't be with us this weekend, when we were trying to figure out what to do, he suggested that we might do a Annetta Pedretti-like book project, a little books project. But he suggested that we have it be a multimedia zine. So that's what we decided to do, and that's what we're going to do this weekend. So we have something set up, thanks to Claudia, Giannis, others, that's intended to be a kind of homage to Annetta Pedretti's bookmaking projects. Fred's holding up some of those books now that he kindly brought. So they're there for our inspiration. So we have a website that Claudia, thank you so much, Claudia, set up for us, and Paul is pulling up. On this site, which we'll share through the conference site, I think we can do that, Claudia, right?
Yeah.
You can, and I would invite you to contribute whatever media you would like. So that could be images, it could be sound recordings, it could be a handwritten note that you take a picture of, it could be a video of dance or gesture or a conversation. And we would invite you to upload it to this site. And Giannis, who's joining us remotely, has also organized a Google Drive. So we'll provide more information about this on the site. Unless, Claudia, you want to come up and give us an overview of this. I don't want to put you on the spot. But
I think it's self-explanatory overlay. So if you go to the site, I think if you maybe just quickly, I hope it's self-explanatory. If you go to the URL newmacy.puphub.org, then, so it's New Macy, that's one word, then there's a dot.
You can go directly to newmacy.org.
Oh, okay, so.
And it'll read it.
So that's also just one word, newmacy.org, and then we'll redirect there, okay. So there is, if you then just click to the Little Book Zine project, and there's an introduction, it should be hopefully all explained.
Okay, thanks, Claudia. But as well. So to start us, I'm sorry, Jude, please.
AAA batteries?
Yeah. Triple A.
Double A.
No, not triple A, sorry. Do people know who Annetta Pedretti was?
No.
Who doesn't? Okay. She died way too young. She's been involved, had been involved with the American Society for Cybernetics for decades. And she started printing these little books, and she'd find people that she wanted to tell a story, and she'd make a book of it. And what she did was go to conferences and generate these booklets, which Fred has some. I have actually a booklet which lists all the booklets, and there's a little segment of the booklets in it. I'd be happy to show you that. I only have one, so I'm not going to give it away. But Annetta was an amazing, incredible, in fact, I did a video of it, Annetta, if you get a chance, you might want to see it. It's called Turning Objects into Rhythms. But it's a nice legacy and a tipping of the hat for Annetta Pedretti.
Thank you so much for that. So tomorrow we're going to take a walk. We were trying to think about a way to start off this Little Books project, this archive. And we decided just to take a walk, so we can talk about Annetta then. And we can also start off the Little Books Zine project by taking some images, taking some sound recordings, and we're going to just have some conversations. So we're going to start tomorrow morning, and we're going to adjust it a little bit. We had planned to meet at Rock Creek Park, but given the heat and the timing, I think that we will start at the DC Arts Center, and I firmly feel that we should start at 9, because we're going to the zoo at 10. Yeah. We're going to the zoo at 10, and I just don't want us to be out in the heat too long. So we'll start at 9 at the DC Arts Center, which is the other conference site. It's close to the hotels where everyone is staying, and then we will walk up along the Rock Creek Trail toward the zoo and around the zoo. So it will be beautiful, as so much is in this neighborhood. So please join us. And if anyone has any questions about how to upload materials to this project, please come see me, come see Paul, the other new Macy members, Fred, and the wonderful and brilliant Josephine Seibel, who's here. Josephine, can you wave? Has kindly offered to help with some pragmatics of this, because I know it's a bit vague, and we're sort of also figuring it out a little bit in improvisatory fashion. But we're hoping that everyone will gradually, we will accumulate materials. The other thing that we're going to do, Claudia disappeared maybe, Claudia has kindly arranged for a kind of permanent setup in the DC Arts Center. It will be in one area of the Arts Center, and when you come over tomorrow at some point, or Monday, we'll show you where it is. And it's a place where you can produce some handmade materials if you like. Claudia has also included in the bags that you've all gotten these little red boxes. And so we'd love for you to include some notes in there. We're going to be handing around a form that Annetta Pedretti designed. And so we'll provide further instructions about that at the event tomorrow morning. So there'll be lots of opportunities, and we hope we get this little zine project going. And there'll be several New Macy sessions that help us along with that.
So quickly, at prior conferences, those of you who know the story, please indulge this. Annetta would come in the age of Xerox machines, not in the age of desktop publishing, and ask people to write questions to other people at the conference. So I, for example, asked, humbly, Umberto Maturana, do animals have language? And he very kindly replied, animals have language if they have consensual coordination of actions. That's an inside joke. He didn't explain it, but he defined what he meant by language. Now, over the course of a number of days, this went from sheets of paper into the little books that you saw a picture of. It was a remarkable feat of Xerox machines and other things. We'll put those in this other, can you put them in there? Thank you so much. You went to get batteries, Claudia. So that's the history of the Pedretti making of the zines in an age of Xerox machines and paper and cutting and slicing and pasting. This conception is the modern version of that. It's a pulling together of interactions. We're starting based on media, but we can also move into these interactions. So that was one comment. The second comment is, if you're curious about the intentions of New Macy, you can go again to the main page, newmacy.org, and you can hear about it's a revision and a revisiting of the original Macy conferences. That seems immodest, and some people object, but I think it's valid. We want to revise it to be not just transdisciplinary, that's table stakes for cybernetics, but also transglobal and transgenerational. And that has been one of the core ideas. We've done a series of sessions called Colloquies for Transgenerational Collaboration. I think I mentioned that earlier. There are some here. We did a dozen in October. That's the essence. I won't tell you more about that now, but if you're interested, especially if you're not as old as I am, it would maybe be interesting for you to hear what the intention is. Because the intention is to stay centered in what the young grad student or scholar is interested in, and not tell them about cybernetics, but offer to them, in their terms, in their worldview, in their vocabulary, what it may offer them. You don't need that.
So the forums will be at the DC Arts Center starting tomorrow, the Pedretti forums. And so please join us if you'd like for a walk at 9 a.m. starting at the DC Arts Center. And then if you have, please contribute to this throughout the conference. If you have questions, come talk to me. Paul? Okay.
I think that's it. Is there something to say about the dinner?
Yeah, I can say it from here. There's seating for many people. There's also not seating for many people. So you're going to have to figure it out. We can take a couple more tables out if people want to be outside. It's a lovely evening. Otherwise, if you want to eat inside, you're more than welcome. Enjoy. Bon appetit.
And starting at 7 promptly, there'll be an awards ceremony here where we'll be giving out revisions to the many wonderful awards that ASC has granted in the past. And that will last a bit over an hour, somewhat over an hour. But you can eat out there to start, but please come in for 7 o'clock to witness that.
Someone already says
Thank you for the catering.
Pretty much.
So again, I hope you had an enjoyable conversation and dinner. For me, the conversations are the most tasty. So my role here is very brief. I will just introduce the evening of the awards ceremony and begin by acknowledging and thanking profusely the committee, which comprises Cliff Jocelyn, and Jose Cabral. Jose, there you are. Thank you very much. Jane Jorgensen. And I want to give two slight, very quick modifiers. One is Cliff has done an extraordinary job in corralling everyone and in keeping us on task. It was enormous. The second point I want to make is they didn't sign up for this. We asked for an inch and they had to give us a mile. They were originally the nominations committee for electors for the roles, the VP and president and all that kind of thing, members at large. And that itself was a vetting process and very tedious and lots of stuff and lots of careful thought. And then we said, hey, your name is Nominations Committee. And we need to revive the awards of the ASC, which is a very long tradition from '68, from the earliest days. And you'll see on some of the slides that Cliff has prepared and others have prepared, the dates go way back. But in the course of doing it, they realized especially that there's some inconsistencies, some modernization, some work to be done. And that revision was a major task. So again, thank you to Cliff and to the committee.
Thank you very much, Paul. We have 1.5 persons online, I believe, at this point. Yes. Hello. My tremendous thanks to Jane and Jose. This has been quite a ride. And working with Paul, working with Adler, working with other members of the EC, it's been a journey. I want to say just a couple of things about me, because there's some people here who know me well, other people I just met recently, and other people have no idea who I am. So I've been calling myself a cybernetician at large for about 35 years. I orient very strongly also with our system science friends. Yes, thank you. I believe we are all one happy community and universe. Yeah. Well, I don't want to start any religious wars, right? Just making a comment. I hail from the Binghamton School. Back there now as a visiting professor after many years. I was very active in this community in the 90s, coming out of my student years. Met Paul back then, met a number of you back then. And as I've matured in my career through the National Lab System, coming now, I'm delighted to be coming back to this community, going back to my ill-spent youth, if you will, after a long, long time. And when Paul invited me to do this, I gave it a little consideration, and yeah, it's turned into something a little bit different, but it's very gratifying. And it's a little intimidating, quite honestly, to be here with all you luminaries. And many award winners past are in this room right now. So without further ado, let us get going. So, as Paul noted, we were established in 2022. We recognized a number of issues with the current award structure that had not been revised in many years. A lot of the categories were overlapping and had been overtaken by events to a certain extent. The website had, let's just say, evolved kind of naturally on its own over many years. But most importantly, we were recognizing this need for expansion, to recognize the diversity of contributions that are out there and the diversity that's within the community. We identified these kinds of criteria: prominence in transdisciplinary research, the impact of applications of cybernetic methods in the community, service to the ASC itself, folks that are engaged in education and pedagogy distinct from research and applications, and finally those that are doing advocacy for the cybernetics community as a whole. And in that context, we then revamped all of the, well, many of the awards, let's say, and over the course of the evening here, you'll hear the changes. It turned out to be relatively modest, actually, that we've introduced. Most important thing we've done, I think, is to introduce a new prize, the Margaret Mead Prize, for growing the cybernetics community through education and or advocacy. We're delighted to have Sivan Kasarjian here. Where are you? There you are. This is Margaret Mead's granddaughter, who will be making some remarks later and introducing aspects of the Margaret Mead Prize itself. So we have the Heinz von Forster Award, which we are now sort of revamping a little bit to be a cybernetician who's new to the field. That might be a student or a young career person, or it might mean someone who has already made their professional affiliation elsewhere and coming back into cybernetics. We have the travel scholarships, we have the fellows, we have the McCulloch Award, which is again revised a little bit to have a to recognize folks that have had a significant impact in the community, either externally or internally within the ASC itself. And of course, the Norbert Wiener Medal remains in the long tradition going back to 1969 for high achievement in transdisciplinary research. So, without further ado, let's proceed to talk about the Margaret Mead Prize. As we mentioned, we're instituted this year in 2024 to recognize the founding mother of cybernetics. The Macy Proceedings editor established second order cybernetics at the inaugural ASC meeting, and that's already been commented on through the day. This has come up multiple times just in this afternoon, and we're awarded for accomplishments in growing the cybernetics community through education and our advocacy. So we thought of this, it seemed like a good idea, the EC agreed, and then we thought, well, now what is it? What is this thing? And so it was suggested that we should have a design competition, so we did. We had a design competition, a number of people submitted, we have these wonderful submissions. I'm going to invite Sivan up at this point to present the, I'm going to call it in the grand tradition of self-reference and circularity, we will call it the Margaret Mead Prize.
Thank you, Cliff. Hi, I'm Sivan. I'm Margaret Mead's granddaughter, Gregory Bason's granddaughter, and I had nothing to do with it. So I love getting applause for it. It's really fun. So I have to do with it. About 3.5 miles from here is the Library of Congress, where my grandparents' collection of annotated photography sits in my grandmother's collection. And on their first field trip together, they took 23,000 more photographs than they had planned on. It still stands as the largest collection of annotated photography, even though all of us carry one of these around. Every person in this room, and every one of the photographs we take is annotated by the machine for us. Of course, the annotation they did was a little more complex, but we're gonna get there. They built dark rooms in the forest. They brought all those photographs home. And they did that work because they were doing something that many of you might be familiar with that used to be called salvage anthropology, based on the presumption that we were going to lose cultures and we had to gather as much as possible. And I tell you this tonight because I love the fact, and actually Cliff, can I click back one?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to click the wrong one. Okay. I love the fact that what we're celebrating tonight is growing the community through education and advocacy activities, because my grandparents did a lot of that work, not just so that they could do that work, but so that every one of you could do that work. And so that other people could keep going back. And I got here a little late today, apologies. But the first thing I heard was, so we've been in the archives, and look what we found. And that's fantastic, because that's what they're there for, is for people to keep finding new things there, along with everywhere else. So that's what we're celebrating tonight. The other thing I wanted to say is that one of the things that my grandmother, talking about how you talk about cybernetics, she would talk about culture as a multi-layered cake, sort of an infinitely layered cake, filled with ingredients that we were not familiar with. And she talked that way about the culture across America, across the world, and she cared deeply about enrolling other people, inviting other people to come taste the cake. So tonight when we have a little dessert, keep tasting the cake, people. That's what she cared about so deeply. So we had a lovely process. We were incredibly lucky to have a broad range of submissions for the Margaret Mead Prize. The prize. Yeah, this is the prize for the design of the prize. Is that clear? Yeah. And the people that submitted are the names you see here: Victoria Emsley, Diego Fagundes, Marius Holtan, Book Carnon Jacket, Julia Leao, Bruna Sirotto, and Matthias von Strahlen, who has won the prize. Please invite Matthias to stand. And I'm not going to invite him up to speak yet, because I want to share one more thing with you. As you look at this beautiful man who created what you now see before you, I do want to share something that my mother said. I looked it up after hearing about the conversation of how do we talk about cybernetics. I had never heard this, and my father had never heard this, and my father was always the first person to read my mother's work before it was published. My father was a professor of business, and he walked into a classroom one day, and there was a student in the front row with an Armenian name. My father was an Armenian, and he made an uncharacteristically crass remark about, so are you this kind of Armenian or that kind of Armenian? And one of them was referencing the Kardashians or something. And the student, she just stared at him stonily and said nothing. She came to his next class, and she gave him this. She gave him this. This was apparently written by my mother. Cybernetics makes poets of us. It teaches us to look at the world metaphorically. Cybernetics provides the tools for saying how a lake is like a city, how a forest is like a university, and how the church is like a body. And the student then said to my father, anyone married to a woman who writes like that might have something to teach me. So please look around. You are in a room of poets, and allow me to introduce a wonderful poet, Matthias.
Hello everyone. So I'm Matheus von Strahlen from Brazil, Belo Horizonte, and I'm very happy to win the Margaret Mead Prize. I prepared a speech of half hour, but I forgot it in my hotel room, so I'm going to be very brief. Just to tell you a bit about the artwork. So what you see behind Margaret Mead is a Mobius strip. It's not we've seen the strips around in cybernetic posters, and this one is really complex. It's like macaroni, and it is inspired by a work of Ligia Clark. It's a Brazilian artist, and what Ligia was doing was asking people to begin to cut the strip. And as you begin to cut, you get another strip, and another strip, and another strip, and you get this macaroni of strips thrown on your body because you're cutting, and it's you're sitting and this macaroni is falling on your body. So, and you don't see it anymore. You lose trace of the Mobius strip. And in losing trace, you lose trace of how we see that we are like entangled in the systems we design. So we're entangled in this Mobius strip, and it's hard to see that it is a system that we are designing. So I think that's very interesting to relate to the work of Margaret Mead, and this idea that we should take responsibility for what we do and how we relate to systems we are designing. That's it. Thank you.
I apologize, an announcement I should have made earlier. As you notice, we have a film crew. They've been dedicated, Mitchell Johnson and Daniel Golding, a more recent partner, in a long effort that I'm happy to give you details about, but rather not now, in filming about cybernetics and about everything we love about it. I'm sorry, that was clumsy. If you do not wish to be filmed, we respect that fully. We need to know who you are such that we can not use you in any final video that we make.
Yeah, so just raise your hand if you...
and we apologize that that exposes you in this
might
way.
have to be in the audience, and that's really...
Yeah, or you can let us know later if you wish, but please, we want to respect those of you who don't wish to be here. We're engaged in an NSF proposal, which we are this far away from getting the final approval of, with Eve's help as well. And talk to me another time, it's a big distraction. But thank you all for coming. And,
Anybody?
And I need to make a final comment also about the prize, and to thank Paul for a very generous personal offer of multiple hundreds of dollars for Mateus's prize. So with that in hand, we're going to proceed to present the first Margaret Mead Prize to distinguished Professor Genevieve Bell. Bill Rittmeyer is here. Would you like to come up, sir? Genevieve it's probably like 3 in the morning wherever she is. So that was more of a challenge. Oh, my battery is very low. We must do something about that immediately.
Now it's dead.
It'll work.
That's why I think Windows computers. They don't give you warning. But they know Microsoft, they give you like 10 minutes. The new vice chancellor.
This is very embarrassing. It's fine.
The wonder of the computer.
There's a...
Now, I think I have to reshare, and then I should be good. Good. All right, over to Bill.
Get that mic?
Yes.
So I get them all has no batteries.
Good evening, can you hear me? Okay, I'm Bill Reckmeyer. I've been involved with the ASC for a long time. I'm currently a trustee. And I'm not sure why I was asked to make these presentations, but I am absolutely... I made some of the nominations. But the fact is, I'm thinking the only person in the room that knew both of them. But it's a real honor, because I've thought for a long time that cybernetics is, even before I read Gregory Bateson, is the most important invention of the 20th century. And for all kinds of multiple reasons, I wish we were more effective in being able to apply it to help take care of the world in the Anthropocene, which is what some of us are working on. But education really matters. And so in this case, Dr. Bell, Genevieve, is receiving this award because she is a very noted technologist. She's a cultural anthropologist, whose mother was a cultural anthropologist, and met a guy in a bar in Silicon Valley after being offered holding a teaching positionship at Stanford after getting her doctorate. And it turned out that guy was looking to broaden Intel's ability to design technologies that work for real people, not just engineers. That's as close as I can get to her translation. So anyway, she was lured after 20 plus years in Silicon Valley to come back to Australia, and as an entrepreneurial fellow, this is a scheme set up by the vice chancellor at the university, to be one of the first entrepreneurial fellows to set up an innovation institute that would help put ANU in Australia at the center of some of this work that's going on in the world. Important work, creatively, etc. So she became the founding director of what's called the 3AI Institute, but it's basically about how do we make more human-centered technologies, especially artificial intelligence. And after several years of doing that with great success, she realized that it wasn't enough, that in order to do that properly and to do what she was been asked to do, you really needed to have it based on something more rigorous than a humanistic approach to AI. And the only way to do that was to set up a school of cybernetics. It was the first new school in the university in more than 50 years. It's been funded by significant financial support from Parliament and others. She is just a ball of fire, really, really persuasive, and probably one of the most articulate people I've ever known in my life in terms of thinking and talking on her feet. Some of us know her here, my colleague Cristanto. I know Ray Eisen has had ties with ANU. Anyway, I won't tell you the story, but I got introduced to her, and she made an offer that I just couldn't turn down, even though I had retired to the beach in North Carolina. And so I've now been actively involved with ANU as a senior professor. And in this case, the main goal, her main goal, as stated, is how do you establish cybernetics or reimagine cybernetics as an important approach for navigating major societal or social transformations. It's not just about technology, it's not just about autonomy, it's not just about, it's how do we help people and help the world really, really navigate, and I would argue shape, these societal transformations. So I think she is, I'm delighted that she's one of the inaugural recipients. I think it's well deserved. I had no input on it at all, at least officially. But you do send vibes out of the universe, and sometimes they land. So she cannot be here. She was really apologetic, and the reason she can't be here is because she was chosen over a whole lot of other people at ANU and around the world to become the new vice chancellor of the university, which she wasn't sure she wanted to do. But she did because she thought it had a responsibility, but it also gave an opportunity to now make ANU a cybernetic institution, not just a school of cybernetics. And those people in those positions are extremely busy in ways none of us have any clue in terms of the realities of what's going on. So she could not be here. She can't be here in terms of even doing a video, but she asked me if I would be happy to accept the award on her behalf, which I am really not only delighted but honored to do. And I think that's enough for now with respect to the timing.
So thank you very much. And for the a second inaugural prize.
So, can we get rid of that little thing there?
It's not there.
Oh, okay. So, I did submit this nomination. Norm Gunderson was a visionary dean, founding dean of the School of Engineering, one of the early drivers of Silicon Valley, and he was absolutely convinced that it was imperative to help everybody, not just engineers, understand how to live in a highly technological world. This is in the late 40s, early 50s. And he's also a really, really tenacious guy who would never take no for an answer, no matter what. And he created the first graduate program in university, in engineering, for the entire California system, what became the California state system. But he then said, got that done, I really think we need to have a program that focuses interdisciplinary and helping people really navigate, use some of the same language, navigate this increasingly technological world. But this was in the early 60s. So he was able to get approval for the Cybernetic Systems program, which was the first degree granting program in the world in the field. There was another one that started at the same time in Stockholm, but it focused primarily on system science and informatics. This focused on explicitly cybernetics, system sciences, general systems theory at the time, and system dynamics, and the use of computers to help augment human capabilities. I met him just as I was finishing grad school. I moved out to Silicon Valley in a school bus with my lady, and I found out about this program, and I said, you can actually study this? Yeah, my degree was in Russian studies, so I was teaching myself cybernetics and systems, and I just wouldn't let me go. So I called him up, and it was in San Jose, and I found out two things. One, San Jose is not in Southern California like Dionne Warwick says so. And we were going to the Bay Area. And second, would you like to come teach the program? And I said, I don't know, I haven't thought about this, and why? Well, because Boulding and Von Forrester were on my dissertation committee. So it helps when you have people like that who they recognize. Anyway, I landed there, became director of the program after he retired, and was involved with it for 15 years. The university phased it out for reasons that I won't go into right now. But I would pass on two comments. One was that there is a direct connection that I was able to confirm this afternoon in some of my archival holdings. It was a little thing in the back of my brain that was saying this. So he was really, really good at finding ways to make it easy for people to approve things they didn't want to approve. And so he was one of the people that made arrangements to bring Margaret Mead to San Jose State University, at the time San Jose State College, in April of 1965. Not primarily him, because he was the Dean of Engineering, and but he knew about the cybernetics. He was able to help make arrangements, which paved the way for him to bring Buckminster Fuller for 2 months as the first distinguished scholar in residence, just at the same time after he got through the bureaucracy at the university about this program that everybody said, no, you can't do that. Nobody knows what cybernetics is, and it's interdisciplinary, we can't do that. And he brought it to the chancellor's office and the board and the legislature. And the legislature said, yes, you can, yes, you shall. And so there are connections. There are other connections that I have with Mary Catherine and others. So this could not be a better win-win situation for me to be able to be up here and introduce these two people 60 years ago, starting the Cybernetic Systems program, and then now being associated with ANU and Genevieve Bell and what she's doing. The one thing I would close with is I did reach out to Norm's children, who I knew his daughter who graduated from the program. I tracked them down, it took some doing. I had to log on to Facebook to do it. I don't do that very often. Twice in my life have I been on Facebook. But anyway, I sent her a note, they were gratified. And she sent me a page-long set of comments, which I'm going to ask to share on the website or whatever. But the comment that's relevant for everybody here, and this will be my final comment, is she said, I took a look at the ASC website, and then I took a look at the conference and the themes. And she said what was most exciting to me was the sessions about cybernetics is dead, long live cybernetics. She said that is so hopeful.
But wait, there's more. So we actually, there was 5 years, right, since this group has been together, pent-up demand and a new award. We're delighted. Bill, if you could come up, please.
Do you mind if I...
You can stay right there. We'll bring you a microphone. So the third inaugural Margaret Mead Prize is for our very own Claudia.
I'm very honored to give my friend and colleague Margaret Mead Prize of the American Society for Cybernetics is awarded to Claudia Westerman for accomplishments in growing the cybernetics community through education and advocacy. A dedicated artist, architect, educator, and cybernetician, Westerman has a long history of international advocacy for cybernetics and service to the American Society for Cybernetics, including now Vice President. A member of the editorial organism of the Technoetic Arts, a journal of speculative research, she teaches in cybernetics, philosophy of science and technology, and has developed studios by cybernetics for almost 2 decades for literally thousands of architecture students. She explores in her teaching second-order cybernetic concepts, exploration of circular causality, and conversation as a learning process, among others. It's a very humanistic approach, really. Her papers have been internationally presented in conferences, ASC gatherings, and in numerous publications. Westerman's strong body of work has included research, works of art, installation, performances, architectural, and graphic design projects. Thank you so much.
I'm very honored, and thank you, Bill, for the nomination. I'm very honored to receive this prize. Yeah, I've done this work. I haven't really thought about this, it's like, but yeah, so thanks a lot for this prize. And, I don't, anyway, I will keep doing what I'm doing, there's no other way, in a way, so, but it's a great encouragement, actually, to keep on to keep on trying, keep on going, trying to reform programs, trying to, engage people differently in education or in the public, like with public installations. I think in a way all these works are to some extent didactic. They kind of, or let's say, not in the sense of trying to direct someone, but to try to open other possibilities. And if I can do that, then I think I'm at the right place, and I will be very happy to continue doing this. So thanks a lot for this prize.
Moving through the evening, and everybody who's been extraordinarily cooperative with us has said, yes, in fact, we will move with energy through the remaining time here. This process of especially dealing with the Mead Prize was really, as I said before, gratifying and a wonderful experience. I think for the committee members and for the whole community here that we're engaging with around how this would work, how it would go. We're now going to move on to the prior awards that have already been previously established here with the Society, beginning with the Hans von Forst Award. We fashioned it just a little bit, as I mentioned before, to recognize a cybernetician who's made a big impact, who's new to the field, either an early career person or professional from another field. And this includes travel support to come to this conference. We're going to keep the microphone with Bill, and delighted, where is he, sorry, I should also say, we have the list of the prior award winners here, going back from 2021 back to 2004, so we want to make sure that we recognize them, and all of these slides will be available. So we'll ponder Ben, for example, who's prominent here. Yes, and then go on for this year to Dr. Tilak Shantanu. Where are you, sir? We have Shantanu Tilak. Bill, if you could please introduce.
So, hello, Doctor. He's a director, Center for Educational Research and Technological Innovation, Chesapeake Bay Academy. I was on his PhD committee, as was Paul and others. Ohio State University Educational Psychology is the area. Cybernetic and second-order cybernetic concepts inform interactive educational systems, and he has a deep rapport with his students. Statistical models to bring internet subcultures to the classroom across developmental periods. And he has a kind of spirit which is incredibly special and very inspiring to his students and also to the people that work with him. So, congratulations.
Well, I just want to say thank you, of course. I'm sorry. Okay.
You're good.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Well. Okay. So, when I started getting exposed to cybernetics, I was kind of an island at my program in Ohio State, because everybody that I was around was studying motivation and cognition, and not really understanding how to respond to student needs in real time. And then I came across the work of Gordon Pask and reached out to Dr. Kinger, to Paul, and I'm so grateful that he and others supported me in understanding the notation used in conversation theory and how one can apply that to design psychological experiments, and that's what I'm doing today. I help run a special education school in Virginia that is evidence-based. We respond to our student needs in real time and develop research projects to, teach them better and make our teachers teach them better, and we're currently building an educational program that is based in virtual reality, and I'll be presenting some of that to you guys. So I'm so glad that you'll get to see what I'm working on and that y'all have been excited about it. So thank you.
Continuing on, Claudia, I think, to present the travel scholarships. Yes.
Oh.
I
can do that. So when we were planning the conference, we had these executive committee meetings, and we thought, it would be nice to offer some scholarships and to do this via a submission. So that is when we set up a separate kind of submission process for this conference that was just dedicated to these scholarships. And we had a number of really fantastic submissions, and thus then these submissions were given over to the committee, which didn't think it was supposed to do scholarship awards, but anyway, then luckily was taking this on, and so we awarded, or they awarded, three scholarships, one full and two partial, and one full goes to Anand Zuo, who is online.
Yes.
Anand.
Okay, could you unmute and
speak,
and then we'll come into focus.
It's great to have you.
He's now in a thumbnail, we can make him bigger.
So very unfortunately, normally a scholarship would be, that was a travel scholarship, so he should be here, but the US Embassy in London wasn't given any appointments until December this year. So very unfortunately, he cannot be here this year, but we have told him that we will postpone. So he will do an online session tomorrow. And yeah, congratulations, Anand, for this really well-deserved prize. And maybe you want. I see him here. Why don't we see him here?
It's Zoom. Zoom is
so we see. I see you here. Right? Oh yeah, here. So, Anand, do you want to say something?
Yes, Anand, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go on.
Yes.
Okay, just a massive thank you for your trust and acknowledgements for my work as a junior or a baby researcher in this field, and especially thank you, Claudia, for all your guidance in terms of architecture and cybernetics, and also thank you, Fred, for all the inspiring talks and all the guidance. And yeah, I'm really sorry that I can't make it here physically because of visa constraints, but I'm really excited to talk with all of you, even online or maybe next year. And my presentation will be tomorrow at 11 a.m. in the zoo, and hopefully virtually we'll be starting a really inspiring conversations. And yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, Anand. Great. We're looking forward to your session tomorrow. Yeah. And then? Oh, sorry, I didn't see her. So, but wait, yeah, exactly. So, and then we have a partial scholarship going to Juliana, who's here. Juliana, where are you? Yeah, here. So congratulations, really. And your session will be on when?
Monday.
Monday. So yeah, you should all, Do you want to say something quickly?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this scholarship. It's my first scholarship in all the life. I have never get one, and I'm really happy to be here and to know everybody. For me, it's a big challenge because, as you see, I don't speak English very well, but I'm really happy and come to my session tomorrow. I have a good video. I think it's a good video. And thank you again. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Thank
you for your work, Juliana. So, are you here? You should be here. Are you?
That's right here.
Oh, yay. Oh, great. Fantastic. So now I see you. So, you also has received a partial scholarship. Nice to see you. And so when do you want to say something? Can you announce your session?
Okay, so my session is tomorrow 11 o'clock in the AC Center. And just thank you for this platform for me. And this is my first time to attend like this academic conference. So I think it's a very good platform for me to communication with you guys. And also I think this is a milestone in my study journey, and this is my first year to do my PhD degrees. So I'm happy to see you guys. So yeah, it's an amazing day for me. Thank you.
So I give over to you again. Huh? Okay, so that's
the next part of the program is to move on to the next.
So we have ASC fellows for a lifetime career achievement in cybernetics and systems, and what is that? New
there's one of the evolutions of the award system over the many years is there was a distinction between honorary fellows and fellows. There's now fellows. So fellows are very fellow-ish.
So the ASC fellows. I looked at the list and then I thought there are some people who I made nominations.
We should look at
the
current fellows.
Yeah.
Including many in this room.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought, there's some people around who should have received this many years ago. And I nominated 2 of them. And so one of them is online. Pille, I'm very happy to see you online. I'm very sorry you can't be here, but at least you can be online. So obviously, I think you know her all. Pille Bonnell has been a past president of the ASC, a renowned expert on the biology of love. For decades, she has fostered the ASC's ecological consciousness, I think. So, Pille, this is your opportunity to say something.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I am absolutely delighted and honored, and I wish I was there. I miss the in-person connection so deeply. You are among my beloved friends. And I think the society is very important in the world. for reasons that are too complex to explain right now. But thank you.
Thank you, Pilar, for being with us. Normally, even though not now online, but having been with us for such a long time. Thank you. And the second nomination is for Alena Leonard, who is here. And you know her also for a long time, and she should have received this a long time ago, in my view. Past president of the ASC and ISSS, renowned practitioner of the viable system model. For the past decade, she has nurtured the ASC's knowledge and practice in participatory governance. Yeah, Alena.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be involved in the Society since 1981, when I went to my very first conference in Toronto, and that's where I met Stafford Beer and the viable system model, and made a whole bunch of new friends. And the friendships have been a really important part of why I keep coming back and why I encourage others to come, because I really do think it's important to keep the community going. We are a small community, unfortunately. We should be a much larger one. But one of the advantages of a small community is we can know each other person to person. We can reach out to each other, we can hug each other, we can love each other, and we can actually work together and collaborate. And the collaboration is one of the things that I am very enthusiastic about now, of working with the other system societies, because we're all small and none of us have the influence we should have. And this is work that the world really needs. The governance is basically in the toilet in a lot of governments. And we know how to give them the principles to do it better if they would just listen. But of course, probably a lot of the reason they don't listen is because there's a lot of personal agenda, and a lot of people who are involved in using their power are not using it for the purposes of good governance. They've got other purposes, and quite a number of other purposes. But at any rate, I'm very honored to receive this award. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be part of this society.
And the good thing is, with the ASC Fellows comes a lifetime ASC membership, so you can't even get rid of us.
Very good, thank you very much. Don't go too far, don't go too far. We're now going to move on to the Warren McCulloch Award. We have revamped this one to a certain extent. It has meant different things at different times for different generations of the ASC. And we definitely want to use this to recognize folks that have had significant impact in the community through the use of cybernetic methods, applying cybernetic methods and principles in real-world applications, or service to the ASC itself. And so, to begin that, for this, we will, as I always forget, we have these to recognize and note past McCulloch winners, including, again, many people in this room. As I say, it has it's evolved over time, let us say that, in terms of how the McCulloch has been recognized for various things. Moving into this year's awards, we're making two. First, Professor Ascott, and Claudia, if you could again, please.
Okay, I'll take the microphone. I mentioned it already. I made nominations, quite a few. So anyway, and the nomination committee was, well, maybe I just made good nominations. Anyway, so here's why I nominated Roy. Roy Ascott has woven the threads of avant-garde art practices and cybernetics since the late 1950s. Visionary pioneer and master of telematic and technetic art, he fostered networks of cybernetic spirit. His art inspired many. Planting the seeds of substantial reform in art education from the ground course to the planetary collegium, of which we have two people who went through that here, and the studio at Litau, Ascott initiated frameworks for learning that cultivated a new generation of artists and researchers exploring the unknown where art, technology, and consciousness meet. With generosity and kindness, Ascot has pushed boundaries and set an example for what cybernetic transdisciplinarity could be. So, Roy and two others who are in the UK zone will join us on Monday in the morning coffee break for a 40 minutes coffee break, because obviously now it's like 3 o'clock in the morning in the UK. So he apologizes for not being able to do this now, but we will have a chance to talk to him on Monday morning in the gallery. And I hand over back.
Thank you for recognizing that. I should have said that as well. For Monday, it will be for Ascot and for the next one. And then who's the third? Will be coming up?
Another one who's coming.
Okay, very good.
Another one.
Oh, yes. So, we will now move on to the second McCulloch for this session.
Yeah.
We have some fans of Yasha, I can tell. I first met Yasha Reichert in regard to rebuilding past colloquy of mobiles, which of course was in the original Cybernetic Serendipity exhibition that she created out of whole cloth. Let me just read the award. I think it's quite thorough in its own way. Yasha Reichert has forged a unique journey within communities of artists and scholars for more than 60 years. With rigor, creativity, and critique, she has curated exhibitions, written books, and lectured widely. She's brought diverse domains into rich conversations, resulting in original ways of integrating art and technology in the world. In 1968, at the Institute for Contemporary Arts in London, Reichert was responsible for the seminal exhibition, Cybernetic Serendipity. That exhibition held cybernetics appropriately as its core, with transdisciplinary work expressed as stark and irrefutable examples of a synthesis of science and art. We of the ASC have admired Reichert's work for decades, and now, as she archives her personal history, she illuminates a legacy that will enlighten future generations. And we will see her on Monday. She'll be online. Thanks.
This is really something. Yes. So, moving on. The last awards of the evening. We have the Norbert Wiener Medal, which was established in 1969 by the American Society for Cybernetics, which we touched virtually nothing at all. Basically, this is the recognition for the highest achievement in transdisciplinary science. We gave that a little bit of a new description, but it's basically the same spirit and attitude that has been established for all of these luminaries. Going back to Warren McCulloch and Stuart Kaufman and Gordon Pask, and you can read the list for yourselves. This is a very elite list. It's to look at the nominees that we had this year and to reach out to their communities and think about how they should be recognized here. Again, very it deepens my sense of what I think of for cybernetics in the systems tradition. We're making 2 awards this year. The first to Paul Special and Claudia, please.
Well, you know, as Alena said, governance is in the bin, so I think it's very important to give an award to someone who's been so important at this intersection of cybernetics and governance in his life, and is now the president of the World Organization of Systems and Cybernetics, director of Synchro Research. Obviously, he was a collaborator of Stafford Beer. He was the operations manager of the project CyberSyn and beyond. So he has worked with the VSM system for a long time. He has developed it into also his own methodology, which he calls VPlan. And yeah, I don't need to say all of this because he also will join us on Monday in the coffee break. And so, yeah, I'm very happy that the nominations committee decided to give this award.
Very well deserved. So our final award of the evening, we have online with us, joining us, and I'm going to go over there and mess with the machine just in a moment. But very pleased to give the final award of the night and Norbert Wiener Medal to Professor Michael Arbib. I'll tell a small personal story. When I started working around and with the ASC as a grad student in the early 90s, again, as I said, out of the systems department at Binghamton University, studying under George Clear. And as I became to understand and really the depths of the mathematical modeling tradition in both cybernetics and systems science, Professor Arbib's work was constantly coming into my attention, including the grand desire to have universal descriptions of systems of all kinds. I think it's models all the way down, right? As a good constructivist. And so what does it mean to make a model of different kinds? What does it mean to make a mathematical model? Years later, I'm working with this group, and Claudio reveals to me his more recent work in, as he describes it, the neuroscience for architecture, and a long-standing tradition in artificial intelligence from the earliest times, cognitive science, robotics, as he self-describes as coming from the golden age of cybernetics, a student of Wiener and McCulloch. What I study personally, and for my technical work, category theoretical foundations of mathematical systems theory. So I can see him on my screen online, and what I'm going to do is attempt. Yeah, I'm going to change. If there are good, Zoomers out there, I want to go to. Yes, I'll stop the share. That's a good idea. And then maybe highlight him. There he is. Look at that. And then we will pin him. Ah, wonderful. There we go. Professor Arbib, please.
Well, thank you very much. I've been given liberty to speak at some length to you. And since your 4 medals that you've been discussing tonight intersect with people I have known in the past, I thought I'd start by recalling my experience of the 4 people these medals honor. I first encountered Norbert Wiener in Sydney in early 1959, not in person, but when I read his 1948 classic Cybernetics, or Control and Communication in the Animal and the Machine. And this led me to the work of Warren McCulloch and to Claude Shannon and many others who were all then at MIT. So when I decided where to go for my PhD in mathematics, I moved to MIT in 1961 and soon became both a PhD student of Norbert Wiener and a research assistant of Warren McCulloch. A little later, based on lectures I gave back in Australia in 1962, I published my first book, Brains, Machines and Mathematics, in 1964. I did meet Heinz von Förster several times in both Illinois and California, but the closest I got to Margaret Mead was that we both were speakers in the same lecture series, but I only glimpsed her from the distance at San Francisco Airport when she was leaving at the end of her week and I was arriving for the start of my week. All this is to say that for more than 60 years I've been active more in first-order cybernetics, although I've been engaged in many topics that touch on the social issues that concern second-order cybernetics. So, in preparing for this evening, I was very much attracted by the title Becoming New Macy of the 2021 essay by Kate Doyle and Paul Pangaro. Let me give you a couple of extracts. The first, a mechanistic approach to problem solving treats problems as fixed entities. It's ironically maladaptive. The assumption of predictability and the emphasis on knowing before acting becomes antithetical to the nature of the systems themselves. There are increasing attempts to shift out of this approach and into ones influenced by second-order awareness. And the second reads, New Macy, founded in 2020, is informed by second-order cybernetics. We approach wicked challenges through the awareness that we are part of them and must adapt as they do. We form knowledge from lived collaborative experience. We thus attempt to approach systems with the humility of not knowing, hardly the slogan for a conference or an organization. We are the not knowing. Anyway, with the, they go on with the understanding of always learning. Now this seems to me like an attack on first order cybernetics. But in a sort of more integrative approach, couldn't we just say, we realize that computer modeling and control theory and more are essential tools, but we approach systems with the humility of understanding that we're always learning. And so the first order models that help us today must be constantly revised as we learn more about our complex physical and natural worlds. So that's sort of my hopeful suggestion for how we might proceed together. And I notice happily that some of the awardees this evening do in fact embrace this in their work. Okay, so once I read that article, I turned to another article called The New Macy Meetings Manifesto. It acknowledges that the original Macy meetings on cybernetics had significant impact that continues today, noting that with its models of feedback and propulsive behavior, cybernetics permeated fields ranging from neurophysiology and computer science to anthropology and psychotherapy, and so indeed they did. And yet my concern is that reading the manifesto, it privileges second-order subjects like anthropology and psychotherapy to the detriment of neurophysiology and computer science. There's even a list that appears to place artificial intelligence on a par with racism, sexism, and even, wait for it, child rape tourism. So, with this background, let me recount my experiences with Umberto Maturana, who is clearly one of the patron saints of the organization. The paper, What the Frog's Eye Tells the Frog's Brain, from 1959, in which the neurophysiologist Lettvin joined the neuroanatomist Maturana in exploring some ideas in McCulloch pits, was one of the reasons I chose MIT for my graduate work. And I did indeed have lively conversations with Umberto in my first year at MIT before he returned to Chile. He was well established back in Chile by the time of the presidency of Salvador Allende, and as some of you know, Allende's government had taken a great interest in the applicability of cybernetics, especially the work of Stafford Beer, to the restructuring of Chile's economy. But Allende was overthrown on September 11, 1973 by a military coup led by Augusto Pinochet, in which Allende died. I became concerned for Umberto's safety, but dared not write to ask him about it explicitly for fear the government would intercept the email to his detriment. Instead, I found funds to invite him to a conference on biologically motivated automata theory in McLean, Virginia, that I organized back in June of 1974. So, in fact, that's the 50-year anniversary of that meeting. So in the first day or two at my home in Amherst, Umberto was in a distressed state, obviously from the situation in Chile. But by the time we got to McLean, he had thawed enough to take an active part in the conference, with a presentation on the organization of the living, a theory of the living organization. This paper was my first understanding of his transition from first order to second order cybernetics, introducing the theory of autopoiesis he came to develop with Francisco Varela. It was many years later when I spoke at a Gordon Research Conference on cybernetics in New Hampshire, where I had some trouble connecting with an audience which I found, to my dismay, to be almost entirely composed of people with almost no interest in, and perhaps even hostility to, first-order cybernetics. Umberto gave a talk on autopoiesis, and in the discussion period, I asked him how this theory related to his classic work on What the Frog's Eye Tells the Frog's Brain. But instead of the informative response I had hoped to elicit, Umberto responded with anger, apparently seeing it as an attack for moving away from empirical neuroscience. Of course, this was not my intention. Rather, it reflects the concerns I share with you today. I have searched the contents of many issues of the journal Cybernetics and Human Knowing in an almost vain search for articles that reflect familiarity with aspects of first-order cybernetics. The journal has the subtitle, A Journal of Second-Order Cybernetics, Autopoiesis, and Cybersemiotics. But could it not, indeed why should it not, bear the subtitle simply A Journal of Cybernetics, Autopoiesis, and Cybersemiotics, rather than excluding in its title first-order cybernetics? Thus, on the evening where I gratefully accept the Norbert Wiener Medal of the American Society for Cybernetics, and where the name of another medal honors another hero of first-order cybernetics, Warren McCulloch, I leave you with the devout wish that New Macy will indeed honor the spirit of the original Macy conferences, bringing together practitioners of first-order and second-order cybernetics, and indeed all orders in between, so that together we may solve problems that neither engineering nor autopoiesis alone can solve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ardy. With that, would some like some discussion with the professor? Would anybody like to?
I suspect the best thing now is for you to go and have drinks together. That would be the best way. So thank you all very much and good night.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Billy, I see you still there. Thank you. And with that, good night.